Okay?
Yes.
Probably give it to him.
Call this meeting of the Margate Planning Board for Thursday, June 24th, 2021 to order. Please stand for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, please.
Tom Collins.
Here.
Clem Wozleski. Richard Patterson.
Here.
Michael Cristaldi. Jim Galantino.
Here.
Margaret Gubernalti. Craig Palmisano.
Here.
Stephen Giuseppe.
Here.
Remy Pelosi. Joseph DiGirolamo.
Here.
Ron Grupo.
Here.
Michael Richmond.
Here.
This electronic meeting is being held in compliance with the Open Public Meetings Act, and all rules and procedures which govern a regular meeting shall govern this meeting as well. Our goal is to have this electronic meeting run smoothly and as close to a normal meeting as possible. By joining this meeting, you have agreed to allow your activity to become part of the public record. The platform will be muted only during portions of the meeting where there is no public comment. During the public comment portions of the meeting, please mute yourself when not speaking so as to give other participants their right to be heard and to keep a proper record of the proceedings. If you want to speak, you must first state your name and ask to be recognized by me. Once recognized, you may make your comments in accordance with public decorum protocols. Only one meeting attendee or member of the public may speak at a time, and only after stating your name and being recognized. Remember, when not speaking, place your device on mute so you do not interrupt another speaker of the public meeting. Please remember to speak clearly and to limit background noise. Please isolate yourself as much as possible to ensure there is no unnecessary background audio coming through your device. If there is excess audio coming through your device, or if you fail to observe public decorum protocols, we shall identify such and your device may be muted to ensure there are no disruptions to our business. Please be advised that the board reserves the right to disconnect any member of the public who does not observe proper rules of order. Lastly, your patience and cooperation is greatly appreciated. This is a new platform for most in attendance. We thank you in advance for your cooperation. Thankfully, this is the last time we will have a Zoom type meeting. Next month, we'll be live at the old City Hall. I'd like to hear a motion for approval of the minutes for the meeting of May 27th, 2021.
I'll make that
I'll make the
motion.
motion. I'll second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. I'd like to hear a motion for the approval of decisions and resolutions number 26, 2021, 7906 Atlantic LLC, number 27, 2021, Eric and Karen Freeman, number 28, 2021, Christopher and Bernadette Southern, and 29, 2021, Stephen and Lori Dabro.
I'll make that motion.
Is there any cases that won't be heard tonight, Leo?
Oh, wait.
No, it's my understanding that they're all going forward. Mr. Plachter had contacted me, but I think he is going forward, and I see him on the line. So yes, all 7 applications tonight.
Who
Okay,
seconded?
fine.
Who
Rich, I'll make a
seconded?
motion.
I'll
For what?
second it.
Okay.
We never got a motion to pass the,
Oh, okay. Would you like to make a motion? Sorry.
yeah, well,
All in favor?
aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. First application is Daniel and Nancy Carpy 38 North Exeter Avenue, Block 207.01, Lot 34, located in the S25 zoning district, seeking C variance relief for side yard setback, combined side yard setbacks, and possibly others, in order to construct a new single-family home. Taxes and water payments are current, and proof of advertising and notifying have been satisfied. Mr. McLarnon, please be sworn in.
Mr. McLaren, please raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Chairman. The report is based on the application of Daniel and Nancy Carpy, 38 North Exeter Avenue, Block 207.01, Lot 34, within the S25 zoning district. The FEMA requirements are listed on the cover sheet of my report. C variance for planning and zoning report. The application is deemed complete. Substantial benefit variance. The background, as you just mentioned, page 2 is a zoning chart for this particular property and zone. Documents reviewed on top of page 3. And the variances required are combined side yard setbacks, whereas the minimum combined side yard setback is 37% of the lot width, or 12.95 feet for this particular property, and 10 feet is proposed for the building. This also applies to the front and rear decks, too, that will not comply with the combined side yard setbacks. However, I do want to point out that all minimum side yard setbacks are being met. Instead of going through all my comments, basically this is nearly a by right plan. They centered the building on the lot versus sliding it over on one side and having an asymmetrical design. And I'll turn it over to the applicant at this time.
Thank you, Mr. McLaren and members of the board. My name is Chris Balance, and I represent Daniel and Nancy Carpy with respect to this application. This evening for the house they own at 38 North Exeter Avenue, Lot 34, Block 207.01 in the S25 zoning district. I know you have a lot of applications tonight. I don't plan on taking too long with this one. It's just myself and Steve Fenwick, the project architect. Leo, you want to have him sworn out? Steve's going to testify, give all the testimony.
Sure. Mr. Fenwick, just state your name and address for the record, and I'll get you sworn in.
My name is Stephen Fenwick. My offices are at 646 Ocean Heights Avenue, Linwood, New Jersey. I'm a licensed architect and planner in the state of New Jersey.
Okay, Mr. Fenwick, please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Members of the board, the application tonight is for a new single-family home replacing an existing home that really has very little street presence. For those of you who have seen Rogers' report, what you see from the street is a rectangular structure with 2 windows, and kind of hard to tell which side you would even go in on. That gets replaced with a really, really nice house that Steve designed, kind of unique to the area, and certainly unique to Exeter Avenue, but it's just a real fresh, clean design. It'll look great on that street. The issue before us tonight is a 35-foot wide lot, which makes building a reasonably usable house difficult. What we're asking for is a 5-foot setback on each side. That is 3 feet or 2.95 feet less than what is required. 6.5 feet essentially is required on each side. We're asking for 5 feet, 1.5 feet less on each side that is required. Parking, we're able to do this because parking is provided underneath and in front. As you can see from the plans, the house is otherwise conforming to the ordinance, and the plan as proposed improves upon several non-conforming aspects of zoning. What you'll see and what you'll hear from this presentation is that these deficient setbacks on this street will not be an anomaly. Almost every house on this side of the block and across the street on this area of Exeter Avenue has non-conforming setbacks. In fact, the 4 houses, including 4 houses as you go south, immediately next door would be 36, 34, 32. Those properties all have a driveway on one side and a 0 setback on the other side, or darn close to 0. It is a neighborhood of 35-foot lots and less. The application presents a certain hardship. You remember, I have reminded everyone of this before. This is not a situation where you can hold it against the homeowner that they bought a lot 35 feet wide. You can't say, well, you should have known better when you bought that lot being only 35 feet wide. Well, that's not what the law is. The law says you can't hold it against the homeowner when they ask for a variance based upon having their eyes open when they purchased the property. That's improper. Only when they created the undersized lot can you suggest that they should have thought twice before buying it. The Carpies certainly did not create the condition that stated you can actually look at the tax map. Every single lot on the street is undersized with respect to lot width. That's the request for this evening. I'll have Steve Fenwick testify. Steve, you've already been sworn in. Would you give the board, or Mr. Patterson, would you accept Mr. Fenwick as a planner and architect?
Yes, we accept his credentials.
Thank you. Steve, if you would give the board the benefit of the existing conditions at the property and what is proposed with this application.
Well, yeah, there's an existing house at the property that only provides for one parking space. And we are proposing a new house that has an enhanced aesthetic appeal to it. It has a new, fresh look, and it's updated to the current codes and standards, including FEMA flood requirements, the energy code. There's only one parking space provided in the existing property as it is, and we're proposing 3 parking spaces. It's a nice house with at the ground level is parking and storage. There's a pool in the back, and 2.5 stories above.
Steve, with respect to the variance that's being requested, we're requesting relief of 2.95 feet, which results in setbacks of 5 feet and 5 feet. Talk to the board about the reason for that request and the ability to build a viable home of contemporary standards with the setbacks and the lot size that's provided.
Well, the lot is 35 feet wide, which is undersized because 40 required in the zone. And so we're holding the minimum 5-foot setback on both sides. It allows us much better arrangement of the spaces in the building, and doesn't really go outside of the fabric that's been established, along the streetscape of the neighborhood, many of which have shared driveways. So we are providing 3 parking spaces, whereas there's only 1 there now. We're reducing we're improving, not reducing, we're improving the front yard setback to conform. The existing front yard is 6.6 feet, and we are proposing, let's see if I get this right, 14.0 feet. So 14.08 feet. So we're going to improve the streetscape in that regard. We meet all the height requirements, the other bulk requirements. There were some questions in Roger's report that I should perhaps stress now. The discussion about the pool equipment setback, we will be 10 feet from the property line. The pool fence is noted on the plan at 6 feet. I don't, let's see, I have his report here, and I just want to address all his concerns. The grading of the lot, it actually does presently grade from back to front. It's a 12-inch drop. We will show that on our plan. We will show the 10-foot setback from the property line to the pool equipment. The height of the fence is shown. If there's other aspects of that information that Roger needs and requires, we're happy to provide it.
Steve, let me ask you a question then. Was there a necessity at this property for the reduced setback with respect to the design of a reasonable home?
Well, what happens when you have a 35-foot lot and you take 13 feet out of it, it's pretty hard to get 2 bedrooms side by side. So it's like a double-loaded bedroom scenario that is a critical factor. And we didn't feel that this design was detrimental in any way and was in character with the neighborhood and was an enhancement to the design of the building. And
Let's talk about the Municipal Land Use Act and the positive criteria. Do you believe that this plan advances any purpose of the act? For instance, the enhanced aesthetic design and the good civic design and arrangement standard?
yes, I do.
And of course, it meets the standard with respect to prevention of flood by meeting the Margate and state and federal flood elevation requirements.
Yes, it does, and obviously that's very important. Yes, it also, meets the energy code and all the other codes that have been revised since and upgraded since the date of the construction of the existing house, which are now, electrical.
It also helps with the free flow of traffic, obviously, by providing 3 off-street parking spaces when only 1 is provided at this time, and particularly on Exeter Avenue, which is parking is a premium.
Yes, it does.
How about the negative criteria? Do you believe that the variances can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good, without substantially impairing the intent and purpose of the zone plan and zoning ordinance?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Chairman, that's all the questions I have for Mr. Fenwick. The Carpies are here to answer questions. And of course, I can respond to anything I think that you guys might want to know.
Anyone from the board have any questions for the applicant? I'd like to open up, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have one question. It's a nice design, Mr. Fenwick.
Thank you.
One question is, it is a small street and parking is very tight on that street. And my question is, couldn't we, in the storage areas under the house on the first floor, couldn't we put 2 cars underneath the house in line and have 3 in line and have a 10-foot curb cut and free up the space in front, instead of having 2 spaces on the small street off the street?
That's conceivable, but I mean, I just did an application in North Wildwood where they won't allow us to do that, and I think part of the reason they don't allow you to do that is because the reality of the use of a car parked 3 deep is kind of problematic. So I don't know. I haven't spoken to the Carpies about this. I did speak briefly with Chris about it. Roger McLaren's report talked about reduction of the driveway to provide more space along the street. I did look at that. The parking spaces along the street do not appear to be demarked. There appears to be like a consistent 2-inch curb cut along the front of this property. We are being asked by Roger to provide a new design for sidewalk and curb, which we're happy to do. So what I think might be a good compromise to meet the reality of providing 3 cars on the lot would be to keep the general configuration the way it is, but reduce the 18-foot curb cut to say 15 feet, and then I think both cars can center out of that driveway with no problem.
Well,
Craig, one of the issues also is we're the first house off the corner, and you're not allowed, by state statute, you're not allowed to park within 25 feet of the face of the curb anyway at that location. So I'm not sure that's going to actually free up a space. Parking for the most part is
I know, I'm torn on this one. I'm torn on this one because I agree. I agree with you, Mr. Fenwick, that people probably wouldn't park inside a garage too deep. All right.
Right.
That's a comment. That's the only comment I had on this project.
Thank you.
All right, in following up on that same comment, when I looked at it, I forgot about it. the problem with the design is it looks like the front of the house is a parking lot. And, picture it down the street, there's, it really cuts into the front yard and it's a narrow lot and it's basically a parking lot. So that's the problem, it is easier to have two cars next to each other, but I'd sure hate to see this all over town, to just have the front of the house a parking lot.
Well, to soften that, what we did was we put half the cars under the front porch, and then we do have the stairs to the side, and we did do the paved strips so that if a car's not there, you will have some grass in front, and then you obviously have landscaping on either side. So that, it is aesthetically so much better to be able to drive partially under the house and recess the garage door. So I hope that helps in our application here.
Is parking,
Thanks,
is
Ed.
there a variance for the parking?
No.
No,
No.
okay.
No.
And also, I do a lot of work on that street, and, it's very tight, so to have three cars lined up and trying to back out, to me, that's not a good thing.
Who's speaking?
Mike Richmond.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Mike.
Anything else from the board? At this point, I'm going to open it up for public comment. If you have something to say, please turn on your mic. I'll recognize you. You can be sworn in and make your comments. Public portion is closed. Any other questions from the board? Leo, would you read a motion, please?
Yes, it's a C variance application, so the motion is for C variance relief for combined side yard setbacks to the building and the decks of 10 feet. So there's 5 feet on each side, where the combined requirement is 12.95 feet. And the conditions, we'll just note anything in Mr. McLaren's report unless otherwise addressed tonight, and the applicant will comply with any representations it made during the course of the hearing.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
Tom Collins,
I understand what the other members are talking about the parking, but we're really not giving any variances for parking. I know it's tough, but the 5 feet on each side is the minimum required. And I think what they're trading off here in terms of for the neighborhood, Mr. Fenwick really designed a nice property. I think it's going to look pretty. I think it's going to enhance the street. And I think it's the side yard setback combined variance we're asking for really is not detrimental to the neighborhood. I don't see any negatives, so I vote in favor.
Richard Patterson,
I have nothing to add to what Tom said. I agree with him. I vote in favor.
Michael Cristaldi. Oh, is he in? No. Jim Galantino,
I agree with everybody so far. In fact, that's the lowest part of Margate. Getting that home off the low area and elevate it is a plus for Margate with our flood insurance. So anytime we do that, I'm all for it. I approve them.
Craig Palmisano,
Yeah, Mr. Fenwick designed a nice home there. The building coverage is 10% less than was there. Nice front yard setback. The parking is a problem, but I'm going to vote yes.
Thank you.
Joseph DiGirolamo,
Yes, and looking at this project, the total 10-foot combined side yard setbacks, I think should work well. And it does help us get the elevation properly for flood. So I agree with the other board members and approve.
Ron Grupo,
Yes, I think that the house is definitely going to add to the neighborhood. I think it's a great design on the house, and I agree with my other board members, and I approve.
and Michael Richmond.
I think having a 35 foot wide lot is a bit of a hardship to design a livable, workable house. And I also, like Chris's point with the, you have to be 25 feet parking from a curb, so I'm going to approve it.
The application is approved with 7 in favor and 0 opposed.
Thank you very much, board members.
Thank you very much. Thanks indeed. Thank you.
Next case is Michael Fitzgerald, 214 North Jefferson Avenue, Lot 429, Lot 63, located in the MF zoning district, seeking C variance and D variance relief for front yard setback, rear yard setback, front landscaping, density, curb cut, and possibly others, in order to construct a duplex. Taxes and water payments are current, and proof of advertising and notifying have been satisfied. Palma, could you make the agenda with a little bigger type next time?
What?
Bigger type.
I
Sure.
want to read it, it's tiny. All right,
Lot
go
of
ahead,
cases.
Mr. McCormick.
Might have to go onto the second page then.
Well, we can afford 2 pages.
So, did it go to me?
You went to you called for Roger, right?
Yes.
Rich, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make an announcement before this case commences, is the D variance, we've been going back and forth, even though the applicant applied for a D variance for density. Leo and I have both done some research on it, and we agree that under this circumstance with an isolated lot, that a 1 or 2 family detached dwelling is permitted without the requirement of seeking and the relief of a D variance for density. So the D variance has been eliminated from this application based on the municipal land use law and definitions provided by the municipal land use law. So I just want to make that announcement so that the voting arrangement will be as a normal C application.
Correct. Thank you, Roger.
Sure. So in regard to that, this report was originally dated May 27th and since revised for the application of Michael Fitzgerald, 214 North Jefferson Avenue, Block 429, Lot 63, within the WSD zone where MF zone standards apply. I think I wrote, that was the, so that's a waterfront special district zone. I think later in my report, I mentioned that the Washington Avenue pedestrian corridor, but it is a waterfront special district. The FEMA requirements on page 1, it is deemed complete. And again, the D variance has been eliminated by definition. It's a hardship variance as well as a substantial benefit variance. The background is as follows. The applicant is seeking relief from the ordinances of the City of Margate in order to construct a new 2-family home within the MF zoning district or the WSD district where MF zoning applies. Due to the width of the parking, or due to the width of the lot, and parking being provided below, the maximum stories is 2. A few variances are being requested, which has not been unusual for this wide of a lot within this zone, both the WSD and the MF zone. A floor to area ratio variance is not required by definition in the ordinance. However, a density variance is required. Again, that's old news as of now, so the density variance goes away. Page 2 is the zoning chart for the MF zone, which is the prevailing zone as per our ordinance. Highlighted are the variances needed, also highlighted by the V. Continue on page 3, documents reviewed, section 2. I'll go right to the variances being required. In section 3, lot area, whereas the minimum required lot area in the MF zone is 4,400 square feet, 3,900 square feet exists, and 3,900 square feet is proposed. Again, they can't change the size of the lot, so that is an existing non-conforming area. Same goes with the lot width. 40 feet is required. They have 39 feet. Again, I would pay attention to the lot width because that kind of triggers another variance later on. Front yard setback to the porch and deck, whereas prevailing front yard setback to the porch is 12.6 feet and 9.8 feet is proposed. I do want to point out that the existing structure has an encroachment of minus 0.3 feet, which essentially relates to a 0-foot setback. Rear yard setback to the deck, the building complies, however, the deck is an extension of the building and anything over 18 inches from grade requires it to be within the building setback. So 20 feet is required, and 15.2 feet is proposed. Front yard landscaping, whereas the minimum required front yard landscaping is 60%, and 34% is proposed. I do want to point out that the overall landscaping more than meets the required landscaping. However, when you front load some of these homes with the driveways and the steps to the BFE requirements, sometimes it is difficult to comply with the minimum front yard landscape requirements. Next one is the number of stories. As per our ordinance, anything with 40 feet or less than 40 feet wide, and this one is 1 foot less than 40 feet, you're allowed to have 2 stories over parking versus 2.5 stories over parking if you're 40 feet or more. So that does require a variance for that 1 foot. Density, that is eliminated, and third floor decks, whereas the third floor decks are not permitted at this location and one is proposed. And actually a third floor is not permitted, so if the number of stories gets denied, the third floor deck is by default denied. Waivers requested, none have been requested. However, we do need a survey. The applicant has provided me with a survey that's on record, on file, so that's not an issue anymore. I'm not going to go through all the comments. Again, I just want to highlight a grass governor strip will be provided, street trees will be provided, depressed curb and driveway curb cut will be meeting the required 18-foot in our ordinance, even though they requested 20-foot. A variance for 20-foot, 18-foot is on the plan. The applicant should confirm that it is 18 versus the 20 feet. And I will conclude my report at this time.
Thank you, Mr. McLaren. Members of the board, my name is Chris Bailison. I represent Michael Fitzgerald, who's online with us concerning his application for property on Jefferson Avenue. It's the red 5-unit building, which is one off the corner at Jefferson Avenue, 214, at Jefferson, where it intersects with Amherst. It's identified as lot 63 in block 429, Water District, which is controlled by the multifamily zoning district controls. Look, this is an exciting project for this property. I think everybody's familiar with that 5-unit building that's there now. It is encroaches into the front yard. You can't miss it. It's on the sidewalk with you, and it is straight up and straight back. In the back, it opens up near the parking lot of the Mariner, and has the advantage of being surrounded by the Mariner on 2 sides, and then the former motel, now condominium, on the south side. So it is surrounded by multi-family product. What is proposed to replace the 5-unit building, and right now it's occupied by four units. The 5th unit is still has Sandy damage and just was not put back online since Sandy, but it's there. What we're asking for is some C variances for setbacks because of the bringing the building toward the front. But those setbacks are not necessarily for the building. They are for decks and porches. The one variance that is critical is the 3rd floor deck variance and 3rd floor variance. We believe it's a reasonable plan in light of the fact of its location by the bay. And we're only 1 foot off of the criteria, which disallows a 3rd floor being the building. The lot is 39 feet wide versus 40 feet wide. We think that 1 foot difference, we think the trade-off of what's being provided versus what's there is consumes that 1 foot deviation. I think it's a really exciting project. It's long overdue. It's exciting to see with the boardwalk coming along and get a couple of new units back there, maybe start energize some other new development back in that area. I have with me tonight Peter Weiss and John Barnhart. Both will testify. Fitzgerald is here too. Let's have Peter and John sworn together.
Okay, Mr. Weiss, Mr. Barnhart, if you can each just state your name and address for the record, I'll swear both of you in.
John Barnhart, office address 400 North Dover Avenue, Atlantic City.
Peter Weiss, 101 North Washington Avenue, Margate.
And I can see you're each raising your right hand. You each swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, will you accept Mr. Weiss's qualifications as a professional architect and Mr. Barnhart's as a planner and engineer? Will the board accept those qualifications?
Yes, we accept the qualifications.
Thank you. Peter, you are the architect who prepared the architectural plan and designed the building that's been submitted to the board for their consideration.
Yes.
Would you be kind enough to describe to the board what it is that's been proposed and point out some of those setback variances for the deck in the back and the porch in the front, as Roger had mentioned?
Okay, so this is a duplex residence. It's flats, which means there's one unit above the other. The ground floor is designed to have garage and storage, so it's, you know, it's an elevated building. The first floor unit has 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, and the living space towards the street. The second floor unit basically is the same as the first floor unit, except it has the addition of 2 rooms on the third floor, 2 rooms and a bathroom on the third floor. On each of the lower floors, we have a deck front and back. Primarily take advantage of the view since we're the second lot in off of Amherst Avenue. In the rear, you know, because of the parking lot, there's a view of the bay from the rear, and in the front, of course, you know, you can look up the street. So in the front, we're proposing 9.8 feet where 12.6 is required. That's a vast improvement over the existing condition, which is 0 for the building. And this, of course, is an open deck. And the deck in the rear, we thought was a reasonable request because the building backs onto the parking lot for the Mariner behind it. So there's nothing behind it but parking. So there's no issue with privacy or anything like that towards the rear.
And what is that setback in the back, Pete?
We have it as 15, let's say 15.2 feet,
Versus what's required?
20.
The other variance is for the third floor and the third floor deck, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You want to finish?
No, go on.
Aside from those 4 variances, we have a front landscape variance. What are those percentages so the board knows?
Okay, so on the drawing, we have 34% proposed where 60 is required, but I think Roger has determined that the subject property could be included, in fact, in the front setback calculation. So the number would actually go up because the front setback now is smaller. So I didn't do the calculation, but it'll be greater than whatever we had on the drawing at 34%.
It won't get to 60, right?
We'll never get to 60.
And what is the reason we can't meet that front yard setback, front yard landscape variance? We can't meet the front yard landscape requirement.
Part of it has to do with the deck encroaching into the deck. Roger calculates the front yard area to the building. So as soon as you put a deck in front of the building, that's eating into your landscaped area.
Gotcha.
So it's a combination of that and the drive strips for the driveways to get, for parking.
Nonetheless, the lot landscaping exceeds what the mandatory minimum, is that right?
Yes.
Anybody have any question for Mr. Weiss? I'm going to move on to Mr. Barnhart at this point. John? John, would you give the board the benefit of kind of describing the existing conditions of the property, what it is that's proposed, and then we'll start talking about some of the relief that's been requested?
Sure. As Peter already kind of described, and I'm sure everybody's very familiar, the existing site is a 5-unit, currently 4-unit building on a street between Amherst and Winchester that is obviously on our side of the block, very high density multifamily between the Mariner and then the 10-unit building on the corner of Jefferson and Amherst Avenue. The building's been in existence for many, many years. It doesn't comply in any regard with regard to flood standards or building code standards. It does not comply with landscape. I think the total landscaping existing is about 11%. It encroaches on the front, on the right of way. It actually sits into Jefferson Avenue by about 3 inches. All the way around the building is non-compliant. It sits on the side property line, it butts the Mariner building, does not provide safe access around the building for emergency personnel or firefighters. And fortunately, Mr. Fitzgerald has stepped up and brought forward a project that resolves a whole lot of issues on this small piece of property. What he's proposing to do, as Chris already identified, is to demolish everything and start fresh and to build a 2-unit building. So he's going with a density reduction from 5 original units down to 2 units. That in and of itself is something that most developers would try to figure out a way to not give up on that kind of density. So this really is a real benefit to the community, that application that Mr. Fitzgerald has put forward. But with that, there are variances that Peter has already identified, so I'm not going to go through each individual variance that Peter explained. I'm going to talk about the variances and how they are justified as a whole, because this is a type of application that we believe portions of could qualify under a hardship scenario, but I believe wholeheartedly that this is a true case of a C2 type of application, where although we are asking for some deviations from the ordinance, the benefits of this project as a whole far outweigh the potential negative impacts that would be created by developing this 2-unit building. I'll start with the positive criteria, and that is there are 3 specific purposes of zoning that are advanced with the application. The first is that we are establishing an appropriate population density. As I mentioned, we are actually reducing the count from 5 down to 2 units on this site. It is a very dense street, specifically on our side of the street, but both sides of the street are very dense with regard to the number of multifamily units. This site currently has no parking on it whatsoever. So by reducing the unit count and by providing compliant parking, it's a tremendous improvement and provides for a much more appropriate population density on this specific piece of property. The second purpose of zoning that's advanced is the creation of a desirable visual environment. Just tearing the building down is going to create a more desirable environment than what is currently sitting there. However, this is a nice added attractive building to Jefferson Avenue. It will absolutely improve the aesthetics of that block. There's the Mariner and the other condo. They're old motels that were converted, and they are what they are. But the streetscape of Jefferson Avenue it does need some help, and this is fortunately a catalyst to do that in a very, very prominent area of Margate on Amherst Avenue, or one property off of Amherst. So for those reasons, we believe that purpose of zoning is advanced. And the third one that I'll put forward is the promotion of free flow of traffic. You essentially have 5 existing units. In theory, would need 2 spaces each. So you're looking at a site that really needs 10 parking spaces and has 0. I recognize they're low efficiency units, but I believe the part requirement would still be 2 spaces. And we are proposing to be a compliant application with regard to parking. So that is a huge swing in reduction in parking requirement for this little piece of property.
John, let me stop you there before we get to the negative criteria. I want to talk about the 3rd floor specifically.
Sure.
Number one, what is proposed is a 3rd floor on a 39-foot lot versus a 40-foot lot. We understand the de minimis nature of that deviation, but we over the years with this planning board, we understand that the reason the 3rd floor prohibition was a lot of the multifamily zone has mixed within it single-family product. We're trying to prevent the imposition of a 3rd floor in a multifamily building on single-family homes or homes of smaller and lesser density. We don't really have that problem here, do we, in light of the product that surrounds us and where we find this building located?
Yeah, I agree with that, Chris. We don't have any single family adjacent to us, of course. We are 12 inches short of an appropriate lot width to permit the 2.5 stories. But I think the key to that also is that we're not asking for any principal building setback relief. We're meeting the principal building front yard, we're meeting the principal building side yard, we're meeting the principal building coverage and rear yard. So although we're asking for the additional 1/2 story, we're not proposing or asking to impose on any of the adjacent lots with that additional space. So because it's only a 12-inch differential in what would be a permitted lot width, and because we are complying with all those setbacks, we do truly see that as a de minimis request, and an appropriate request for the location.
Then with respect, let's move to the negative criteria as to the variances. Do you believe then, based on what has been presented, the variances on request can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good, and without substantially
Yes,
impairing the intent and purposes of the zone plan and zoning ordinance?
Yes, with regard to the first prong being a substantial impairment to the public good, we see this only as a benefit from both a circulation and traffic standpoint, a parking standpoint, an aesthetic standpoint, and just an overall density standpoint. This is absolutely a benefit to the public and to the neighborhood and to the city of Margate. So we see no substantial negative impact. With regard to the second prong, which is there a substantial detriment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance, this project brings this property far into compliance, but for the few deviations that we're asking for from what exists today. This is, many developers wouldn't look at this property, which is why it sat so long, wouldn't look at this property and say, you know what, I'm going to eliminate literally 75% of my density and go from 5. It generally does not happen. So the fact that this developer stepped forward, he's asking for some minor relief at, we believe, appropriate locations, but it does not have a substantial negative impact to the zone plan or the zoning ordinance.
Thank you, John. That's all. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, based on that, we believe that the positive and the negative criteria are established.
Thank you, John. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, that's all the testimony we intend to present. Both John and Peter are here to answer any questions you might have. Mr. Fitzgerald is here as well. We're happy about this project. We think it's a good one.
Anyone from the board?
Yeah, Rich, it's Joe.
Go ahead, Joe.
I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. They are looking for a variance for that half of on the third floor. Is that correct?
A variance for the third floor and a variance for the third floor deck.
Okay, so that's what they're asking for, part of them. Okay, thank you.
Hey, Rich, it's Steve Giesecke. I have a question.
Go ahead, Steve.
Okay, the building that's already there, that's in place, it's a 5-unit building, and you said its efficiency, is that 1 bedroom for each unit?
Some of the units have, I think there's a 2-bedroom, 1-bedrooms, and an efficiency.
Okay, because I count 7 bedrooms for this new unit.
Yep.
So
There are, I believe, 10 bedrooms existing.
okay, because I'm just trying to get a count to see if it's really a reduction in density or not. I mean, it's a bigger building, so you're fitting more people in it. And you're condensing the family structure.
But there's really no density issue with respect to the relief that's being requested.
Okay.
We're not requesting a variance for density. They don't need it.
No, I understand. I'm just trying to see how, what the ratio of people, density is. Okay.
Can I chime in? So
Go ahead.
we're gaining 4 parking spots, Steve. I mean, we had no parking and now we're gone to 4 parking spots. I mean, your net ratio going from 10 with no parking to 7 with 4 parking. I think you get basically 10 cars off the street. I mean, that's what I'm looking at it. Am I looking at it wrong?
No, I noticed that when I was over there paying you a visit.
Well, I disagree with Mr. Barnhart on, actually, I forget what it is. I just disagree with him. I look at this as an empty lot. Oh, I disagree with him that nobody else would develop it. With the conditions in town, somebody's going to develop this lot. Somebody's going to request variances. So as far as improvements go, this lot, to me, is an empty lot. That being said, what you did design for this lot is tremendous as it is without even having to say it's better than what was there before. Anything put on that lot's going to be better than what was there before. And as Mr. Bailenson said, Any other lot down there, I'd vote no immediately on the third floor. But this is a unique situation, which is what we are here for, in that it's surrounded on three sides by nothing that the third floor is going to interfere with. And the same with the third floor deck. It overlooks the bay. There's nothing on that side for anyone to complain about. So I like the project, but every project I look at where a house is torn down, I look at it as a bare lot. Anyone else?
That's a good point. I like that. It's a clean slate.
I'm going to open it up now for public portion. If someone has a question or comment, please turn your mic on, be identified, and be sworn in. Public portion is closed. If there's no more comments on the board, would you read a motion, Leo?
Yep.
I made a resolution, whatever.
Okay, it's a C variance application to construct a new duplex. The following C variances, someone needs to make a motion for lot area. They're at 3,900 square feet, where 4,400 square feet is proposed. Lot width, they're 1 foot short, 39 feet, where 40 feet is required. Front yard setback to the porch and deck / deck, 9.8 feet is proposed, where 12.6 feet is required. A rear yard setback to the deck of 15.2 feet, where 20 feet is required. It's my understanding they now comply with front yard landscaping, so that goes away. They need a variance for the that half story, or third story, whatever you want to characterize it as.
Leo, front yard landscaping does not go away.
Okay.
It'll be improved. It'll be improved upon from what's on the plan, but it's not going to go away.
Okay. All right, well, 60% is required for front yard landscaping. They're going to improve it from what's shown on the plan, but there's still a deviation there. Thank you. For the number of stories, two stories is proposed. 2.5 stories is proposed over parking, where 2 stories is permitted. The density variance, there is no density variance, and then there is a variance to permit a third floor deck. The conditions will note applicant will comply with any representations it made during the course of the hearing. We'll put the normal other conditions that we put in every approval, and then anything in Mr. McLaurin's report, unless otherwise addressed on the record tonight. There may be some things in his comments that deal with density. They'll obviously go away. So that's the motion we need.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
Tom Collins?
This case here seems pretty simple. Mr. Fitzgerald really put together a good team, and I think they did a great job in explaining this and coming up with a viable alternative to what's there. I agree with what Mr. Barnhart said. The variances are very de minimis. We're gaining in the front yard. We're improving the neighborhood. It needs improvement. It needs a stimulus. Amherst Avenue is getting a stimulus with the promenade. We're moving in the right direction. I think what they've done here is a great job. Peter did a good job, as well as Chris and John. I can't see any negative criteria. I think this is good for Margate, and I vote in favor.
Richard Patterson?
As Tom does, I really like this project. I think the variances they're asking for on this project are unique to this lot, and I see no harm or detriment to anything for these variances on this lot. So I heartily endorse this application, yes.
Jim Galantino?
Did Mike come back? Cristaldi? He didn't check in, right?
No.
Doesn't look like it, no.
All right. I want to commend Roger and Leo for working hard on that D variance, because that would have really been a little harder case. But I agree with Rich and Tom. I mean, this is what we're looking for. Rich, you said it's a vacant lot to you, but I look at it I'm sorry, I always say this flood-wise, it's one of those properties that got killed in Sandy. And we're removing another substantial damaged property that was seriously damaged during Sandy. So just alone on that, I approve it.
Craig Palmisano.
Yeah, I agree with fellow board members that this building does need to go. It's up to the sidewalk. It also touches the building right on the left. It's right up against the building on the left with no alleyway or anything. So you're going to gain 5 feet on each side of the building. It's great. The third floor, I don't have a problem with this one in this location. They'll have great views, unobstructed views of the sunset and the water park. And I approve.
Joseph DiGirolamo.
Yeah, at first I had a problem with the third floor. Really wasn't in favor of that, but when you look at all the advantages that this is going to improve, the fact that we're going to have a more flood compliant property, we get rid of all those little units that were there, and it's just going to be a great new structure for that area, so I'm going to vote in favor.
Ron Grupo.
Yes, I also believe that the variance requests are minimal and there's no detriment, in my opinion, to the project the way it's proposed. I think it's going to be a great addition to the promenade, and I wholeheartedly support the project. I approve.
Michael Richmond.
Yeah, I agree with Rich. An empty lot's an empty lot. But especially in this case, the existing building is so egregious with the 5 units and the 0 setback and it's just, I think in this case, allowing these variances is a good thing, and I'm going to approve it.
The application is approved with 7 in favor and 0 opposed.
Thank you, everybody, very much.
I just want to clarify my point. I think what I was saying was the project stood on its own without comparing it to what was there before, and that this project's going to be developed by somebody shortly, so anybody's going to improve it. But again, I think it's a great project. The next case is Margate Family Properties Holding, LLC, 1 North Lancaster Avenue, Block 213.02. Lot 25.03, located in the S60 zoning district, seeking C variance relief for size of an accessory structure, height of an accessory structure, fence setback, and possibly others in order to construct a pool house and workout area in an accessory structure. Taxes and water payments are current, and proof of advertising and notifying have been satisfied. Mr. McLarnon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Board members, I think you'll remember this site as being part of a minor subdivision a few years back where the former Temple Shirat Harayim synagogue was removed, and they were seeking 4-lot subdivision. We settled with 3, and now they've consolidated the lots, and they have approvals and permits, and under construction now is a modest single-family home facing Lancaster Avenue, with a side yard facing Ventnor Avenue, which in technical terms is a front yard, and the backyard of the house faces Lancaster Avenue, or Kenyon Avenue rather, which by definition is also a front yard. But clearly, if you see the layout of the house, it's a rear yard facing a street. So basically, this is a substantial benefit variance. There is no hardship other than you have 3 front yards by definition, which kind of imposes somewhat of a hardship in 2 of the variances being sought. Page 2 is the zoning schedule. They have all their approvals based on the subdivision that was approved, so all the setbacks for all streets have been approved. And currently, as you know, the revised setback for Ventnor Avenue in the S60 zone is 25 feet and 18 feet to a porch and a house. I'm only mentioning that because That is why this house is closer up, because it was under the old zoning standards, which still apply, and it's grandfathered in. Variances required are as follows. Accessory structure height, whereas the maximum height permitted is 9 feet and 14 feet is proposed. Accessory structure area, whereas the maximum area permitted is 80 square feet and 471 square feet is proposed. Fence location in the front yard, whereas fences of any kind are not permitted to be located within the front yard setback, and one is proposed to be located within the front yard of Etner Avenue. It's my understanding that my discussions with the applicant earlier today and yesterday, that variance may or may not be going away. A fence location in the front yard, whereas fences of any kind is not permitted in the front yard, and one on Kenyon Avenue is being proposed. Again, it's also my understanding that the severity or the, Kenyon Avenue is really a rear yard if you look at the house, but by definition, it's a street front, so it's a front yard. That variance will be reduced considerably by the applicant. Again, I will turn it over to them at the proper time. And the fence location at the street corner, again, if these fences are brought in, I think this variance can easily go away no matter what, if they comply with the requirement that no fences within 15 feet of any street corner. Waivers requested are none. Comments are brief, but the site was previously subdivided into 3 building lots and permitted to have a total of 3 principal structures, and they would be permitted to have 6 accessory structures. So if you total up all the permitted buildings and areas, what they're asking for is very minor to what, I know some board members don't like to hear the term what could be built there, but what was approved to be built there. So there's a substantial reduction in that. The proposed fence type is not known, but it's, the applicant will provide some testimony and visuals to see what kind of fence they are proposing along the front to surround the pool. So a fence is required at this location, but maybe a little bit further in. The accessory structure is more in scale with the site and development proposed and under construction. Again, you could have 2 other full-size homes there, and they're asking for a overly large accessory structure, which is far less than what was originally approved there. So I'm going to turn it over to the applicant at this time. Mr. Plachter.
Evening. May it please the board, Mr. Chairman, board members, professionals, Jack Plachter for the applicant, Margate Family Property Holdings. We have 3 potential witnesses, although I'm only intending to call 1, and the other 2 will be available for questions. The first is John Barnhart, who was previously sworn, but you can swear him in again if you'd like to, Mr. Chairman. Also, Paul Kiss from OSK. Paul Kiss is the project architect who was involved in the planning of this home. And finally, Brian Niter, who is one of the members of Margate Family Property Holdings. So if we could swear them in, I'll proceed with our hearing.
Sure. And John, just since it's a new application, we'll get you 2. If the 3, you can each just state your name and address or business address for the record, and I'll swear the 3 in together.
Thank you.
John Barnhart, 400 North Dover Avenue, Atlantic City.
You go, Paul.
Yes, OSK Design Partners, 17 West Knight Avenue, Collingswood, New Jersey.
Brian and Emily Niter, 29 Marion Avenue, Short Hills, New Jersey, 07078.
If you could each please raise your right hand, each swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
I do.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So just a brief introduction, and then I'm going to call John. I think Roger and Mr. Patterson both did a great job, setting forth this application. I just want to point out a couple things. I mean, there's no question that, I was here and argued for 4 lots. Ultimately, I think the board reluctantly gave us 3 lots. And then, what you would have is, 3 very large homes maxed out together with accessory structures. Along came Brian Niter, who, wanted to buy this, and he decided that he wanted to actually do a Parkway home. And if you remember, Mr. Patterson and I got into a dialogue about whether this is part of the Parkway. And bottom line is Brian has decided to make this a really first-class Parkway-type home. So turns out, as usual, Mr. Patterson was always right. The bottom line here is we understand that, unlike all the other Parkway lots, this one's a little bit of a unique situation because right across the street is commercial development across from Ventnor Avenue, as you know, and then right behind it is, longstanding Blessed Sacrament Church, and there are other facilities. So unlike the majority of Parkway lots, which are surrounded by residential, this has that, and it does call for a buffer. Having said all that, however, we were very mindful that, it's a very visible site, and we think that any fence that we do, if we're fortunate enough to get this, should be very, very aesthetically pleasing. So we didn't want to do the standard, 6-foot-high vinyl fence, and John Barnhart's going to present to you what we think is very aesthetically pleasing. In addition, Brian Nider went around to the neighbors and, showed them what he was doing, and I did get a couple calls. I got a call from the gentleman right across the street on Lancaster Avenue who indicated he thought this was a great idea. So without further ado, I'd like to call John Barnhart and just qualify him. John, you were previously sworn. You've been before the board many times, so I'm not going to go through your credentials, but I'm just going to ask you whether you've been to the site on one or more occasions.
Yes.
And have you also had occasion to review the current improvements and the plans that you're going to testify from tonight? Were they prepared by you or under your direction, sir?
The plans are prepared by Paul Kiss. We have reviewed them.
Okay. And have you also had occasion to review the Margate ordinance as well as Mr. McLarnin's professional report?
Yes.
Okay, then based on that, if you would you describe for us the proposal for the site with particular emphasis on, what the variants are? Oh, one other thing I want to point out is the house, and I think Roger said this, but the house is under construction right now is 100% in compliance, with the ordinance. So there was no variances or other relief requested for the house that's currently under construction. Correct, John?
That is correct.
Okay. So if you would go ahead and just describe the proposal, sir.
Okay. We have a rendering we'd like to bring up. Jim, are you able to make me the presenter?
Yeah, just give me a second.
All right. Thank you.
Your email looks pretty good, John.
Give me a second. I'm getting it. Okay. Can everybody see that okay?
Yep.
Yep.
Great. So I think this is a case where this picture really does kind of speak volumes to what's being requested. As Jack already pointed out, this was the subject of a 3-lot subdivision, and as much as it pains me to say this, Rich was probably right in that the appropriate construction here is an estate-looking parkway project, which is exactly what the Nider family has decided to move forward with. They have your classic parkway appearance house. Sitting on the lot that is completely compliant with all setbacks, all heights, all coverages. And they have for the city of Margate, a true estate-sized lot at approximately 17,000 square feet. The only requests that we are before you this evening are with regard to the accessory structure in the rear of the home, which happens to be toward Kenyon Avenue, and then the fence element. I'll start with the accessory structure. And that is the deviation that has been requested. As you know, the maximum height permitted for an accessory structure is 9 feet, and the maximum area of an accessory structure is 80 square feet. As I'm sure you can imagine with the size of this home and the size of this lot, a 9-foot-high, 80-square-foot accessory structure would be lost on the property. It would be inappropriate. And we believe that the request, and I think that this rendering really tells the story, although the request at a 14-foot-high structure that is 417 square feet deviates from the ordinance, it is absolutely in scale with the size of this property and the size of the home that's being built on the property. So with regard to those variances, we believe that this is a C2 type of application where the benefits of the deviation outweigh any potential detriments because it is appropriately sized for the size of the development. The 80 square foot maximum and the 9-foot height, that's really geared toward a standard typical Margate lot, 50-foot wide, 60-foot wide, 90 feet deep, 100 feet deep, something like that. You limit them to 80 square feet because they become too onerous on the neighbors. This is situated generally in the center of the lot. It has no impact to the neighbors. And as you can see from this rendering, it still looks small as compared to the size of the home that's being built on the property. The second variance that's being requested is with regard to the fence.
But before you go there, though, just so we're clear, just tell us what exactly is going in that pool house and workout room. It's not living space or anything like that, right? Correct?
It's my understanding there is no living space within it. It's like changing area, an area for some exercise equipment, and I'm sure there's some storage in there as well.
Yeah. Okay, please continue.
Okay. The second portion of the application is with regard to the fence. We, as I think Roger mentioned, we are proposing to make a revision to the fence request this evening. We think to make it a little easier on the board, but also it still works well for our client. The two amendments are that we are proposing to match the front yard setback of the fence to the dwelling along Ventnor Avenue, which is, as we understand, eliminates that variance. So we had proposed for the fence to be at 5 feet along Ventnor Avenue. We are now proposing for it to be at 5.79 feet in line with the building wall, so that variance would be eliminated. So the only variance that would be requested for the fence is a setback from Kenyon Avenue, but we are also proposing to make a change to that, to move it back a little bit. The application as presented was proposed at 5 feet from the Kenyon Avenue right-of-way. We are proposing to modify our application this evening to make it 10 feet from the Kenyon Avenue right-of-way, to give just a little bit more room off of the right-of-way along Kenyon Avenue. So why is that an appropriate request here? Obviously, this is a big piece of property, but the property is unique in that it does have 3 front yards. So you have to position the home somewhere and have it be the front of the development. So it's going to create a rear yard, but no matter how you do that on this site, that rear yard is going to have front yard setback implications because of the 3 streets. Furthermore, the location, as the way the house is situated and the location of the fence is proposed, it is across the street from what's on Ventnor Avenue. One side's on Ventnor Avenue, across the street from Commercial Strip, and then across Kenyon Avenue, you have the church facility, which is basically a straight wall up for nearly 3 stories, almost at the property line at Kenyon Avenue. So because of the unique location of this site being adjacent to the church, across the street from the church and across the street from the commercial area, because of the modifications that we've made, and even more so because of the aesthetic value that the design of this fence puts forward, we believe that this request is very, very appropriate. We recognize the sensitivity of fences with the city of Margate and this board specifically, but Mr. Snyder is going to great lengths to create a beautiful piece of property here. By no means does he want to put up a white vinyl fence around this site and create an eyesore for the community. He's proposing.
And John, is there a way you can enlarge that detail to show so the board members can see that fence a little bit better, and you can describe it? And we are willing to stipulate that this is exactly what the fence is going to look like. It's not going to be a vinyl fence. It's going to have those pilasters, and it's going to have the openings in the vertical pieces. I don't know if you can show the board that.
Yeah, so if you can, I can zoom in a little more. It's going to start to get a little blurry on you, but what you'll see is there's a series of stone columns, and you see the integration of the stone coloring into the base of the accessory structure. Each one of the columns will have a cap to it, and then the fencing between it will be an open picket metal fencing, black metal fencing. This is not really a fence. This is an architectural element that surrounds the Snyder property that has to be there to create the safety for the pool, but it also creates a nice backdrop for what you, as you can see from the rendering, to be some really nice landscaping at that intersection of Kenyon and Ventnor Avenue, and all the way along Kenyon Avenue frontage and the Ventnor Avenue frontage, leading over toward the home. So we believe that because of the aesthetic value of the structure that they're proposing, and because of the modifications that we've made, and because of the unique location of this site, that the request that for the fence setback is appropriate at this specific location.
John, if this variance is granted, do you see the benefits of the grant of the variance? And that would be, the aesthetic treatment and also the appropriate buffering and landscaping. Do you believe that outweighs any detriment that might be occasioned by the grant of the variance?
I do. The great lengths that the Snyder family is going to create aesthetic value with that structure, I think far outweighs the impact of giving the variance at the proposed location along Kenyon Avenue.
And finally, do you believe that if this variance is granted, there will be any substantial detriment to either the public good or the zone plan or zoning ordinance of the city of Margate, sir?
I do not. I think that this only creates aesthetic value. Keep in mind that, the by right condition of moving the fence back really doesn't provide any value, any additional value to the community by having the fence back a little bit more. And I believe that the request does not have any substantial detriment to the zone plan or zoning ordinance.
Thank you very much.
The question now before you go on.
I have a question for John.
John, how many, between the sidewalk and the property line, how many feet of grass do you have?
Between the back of the sidewalk and the...
Between the inside edge of the sidewalk and the property line?
On Kenyon,
On Kenyon?
yeah.
It looks to me like 5 feet, is that right?
Yeah, it looks like 3.5, Rich. I think it's like 3.5.
I was gonna say.
Well, except that we're moving the fence back. So
Let me finish. So John, you got, what did you say it was, John?
I think it's about 3 feet, Rich.
Okay, and so you got 13 feet, you'll have 13 feet of grass in front of that fence, correct?
Well, we'll have more than that now.
There's 3 feet from.
Are you saying from, I'm sorry, Rich, are you saying from back of sidewalk or from curb?
No. In front of the fence, you're going to end up with 13 feet of grass, correct? Even though it's not all your property?
We're gonna end up with 13 feet of space. Some will be grass, some will be landscaping.
I'm sorry, landscaping.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
All
correct.
right, and if you stand on Ventnor Avenue and look down that fence line, is it about, does it stick out from the other houses, or is it pretty much in line with the other houses? If you stand on Ventnor Avenue and look down Kenyon.
Yeah, well, now that we're moving it back, it'll be much more in line with the other houses once we move it back 5.
All right, that was my question and my point. You got more than 10 feet in front of it, so, okay.
Yes.
How
And
far-
am I right, Roger? They have 3 front yards, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
This might be a question for Roger. How far would they have to move that fence back on Kenyon Avenue to be in conformity?
10 feet from presented tonight, 5 more feet from the revised location.
Okay. So if the fence on Kenyon Avenue died into the accessory structure instead of being another 5 feet away from that, would that be in conformity? You know what I'm saying? Like, if this fence here went like this, well, would that, or not?
It would be close,
It
I
still
think so.
wouldn't be.
I don't know what this, yeah, it would be in conformity. It would be.
It would, okay. And was there any thought about that? John?
Was there thought about, I mean, the idea is to be able to have passable space within the fenced area all the way around that accessory structure. You can see they actually have some doors on the back side of it there.
Right. Okay, yeah, they're doors, they're not windows?
They are doors.
Okay. All right. And the fence on Ventnor Avenue, that'll be in compliance now?
Yeah, we've modified that this evening to make it comply.
Okay.
One other question, John, is the fence 5 feet or 6 feet?
Paul, what is the height of the pilasters in your design?
I'm sorry, just the fence. Now, the pilasters go higher. What, the fence? Is it a 5-foot fence or a 6-foot fence?
5 feet.
5 feet, okay.
Hi, John, this is Joe. I have a question. If I'm looking at that on Kenyon Avenue next to that first house there, and you got that first, that structure, the cement structure there, not the very first one, but the second one, is that where it would go straight across from there? Is that what we're looking at? The fence would go from there and still give them some room for that, those two sliders there? Is that about right?
Say that again, Joe. I'm not sure I'm following you.
All right, so we have by the street, we have the first, I'm gonna call it a brick column. And then you come in one brick column next to that house. Is that approximately where the columns would line up and go straight across?
Those second, I mean, if you're saying the first brick column in, on the shared side yard between the Snyder's house and the neighbor's house?
Yes.
These sections, I think the metal sections are 6 foot each, so that would be about 12 foot back. We're proposing to move it 5 foot back from where it sits in this rendering. So,
Okay,
it would be, do you see the black metal post that's between those two columns?
I do.
It would be approximately there.
Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else on the board have any questions? Jack, you have anything else?
No, unless there's any questions of Mr. Snyder or Mr. Kiss, that would conclude our presentation. We thank you thank Roger specifically and the chairman for working with us and suggesting some good alternatives.
Okay, I'm going to open it up for, can you, well, I guess leave it up. Open it up for public comment. Any questions? Please identify yourself and be recognized and be sworn in. Public portion is closed. If there's no further comments from the board, would you read the motion, please, Leo?
Yes, to C variance application, someone needs to make a motion for the following C variances. The height of the accessory structure is 14 feet proposed, where 9 feet is the permitted maximum. For the area of the accessory structure, 471 square feet is proposed, where 80 square feet is permitted. And then the fence locations, they're going to comply along Ventnor Avenue, so that goes away. Along Kenyon Avenue, there's a variance for a fence in the front yard, but the testimony tonight was they were going to push it back to 10 feet from the Kenyon Avenue property line. And then that will eliminate the variance number 5 on Roger's report. So there's 3 total variances. The conditions will be anything in Mr. McLaren's report unless otherwise addressed, and that the applicant will comply with any representations it made during the course of the hearing.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you.
Tom Collins?
This application to me is just absolutely magnificent. I think it fits Margate, it fits the Parkway. I think it fits Rich Patterson's envisions of the Parkway. The fence, you could have moved it, not moved it with me. I think where it is in the original is perfect. It's open, it's airy, you're not infringing on the neighborhood. The lack of density and the open air and space in this project is just phenomenal. I think it's a really good landmark application for us, and I wholeheartedly approve.
Thank you.
Richard Patterson?
I'd like to commend the applicant's team on agreeing to make Ventnor Avenue comply, and I think there was some misunderstanding as to where the fence had to be. But especially on Ventnor Avenue, you're complying, and I don't think it'll make any difference there. We have been, for the last several years, the planning board in the city going over and over about all the illegal fences in the front yard in town. and then you come up with this application the same week that happens. But again, if you want a fence in the front yard, you come for a variance as you are doing, which is what we want. You are saddled with 3 front yards here. I did have a problem with the fence too close to Kenyon Avenue. And I think moving it back 5 feet, even though you need a variance, I think that's plenty. And I think you've got plenty of room in front of that fence for landscaping. The type of fence you have is spectacular. Again, I am approving this application based on the uniqueness of the lot and the property, where I see no detriment for that fence being, when 3/4 of your house is front yard fence, I think an exception should be made here, and I think it's a great application. And as far as the pool house, that could have been twice the size, in my opinion, if you wanted to. It would still be dwarfed by the house and the rest of the lot. So yeah, congratulations. I think it's a good application.
Thank you.
Jim Galantino.
Well, yeah, again, I have to agree with Rich. It knocked it out of the park. It kind of matches Munyon's property, which is kind of catty corner to that lot with the big open lot and the fence. I mean, just the thought that went into this to make it look like, so it doesn't look like a big PVC square wraparound, which would look really ugly on that street. It's just, it's going to look like the beginning of the Parkway section, and it's a ooh and a ah when you drive by it. So I approve this.
Thank you.
Craig Palmisano.
Yes, it is beautiful. I myself wanted 2 houses there when this first came up, and it went to 3, and now it's back to 1. I'm even happier with that. And the accessory structure, like I said, it could have been 2 more houses there. The accessory structure is not a problem at all. And the brick and metal fence is exactly what kind of fence we're looking for on properties, where you can see through, it's airy, and shrubberies in front. And it's a beautiful project, and I wish you luck, and I approve the project.
Thank you, Rick.
Joseph DiGirolamo.
Yes, I really like the way you did the fence, and it's a different kind of a fence. And moving it back just another 5 feet, I think is gonna work great. And I love the fact you're gonna do some landscaping on the other side of that, so it's on the street side. I think it'll enhance that neighborhood. And it is, to me, it becomes the beginning of the Parkway there. Great job, and I vote in favor of the project.
Thank you.
Ron Grupo.
Yes, I think the fence being open is a real plus for the city. Fence, it's a work of art. I really like it, and I appreciate the owner's compromises on the fence setbacks, being us to move them. I think it's a great project. I think it's great for the city, and I wholeheartedly approve. I vote yes.
Michael Richmond.
Yeah, I appreciate bringing the Ventnor Avenue fence into conformity, and I think moving that fence back another 5 feet is a big help, so I'm going to approve it.
Thank you.
The application is approved with 7 in favor and 0 opposed.
Thank you very much, board members. Good night.
Thank you.
Next case is MSR Revocable Living Trust, dated 4/12/2017, 9412 Winchester Avenue, block 22871, located in the M District. Seeking C variance for front yard setback, lot size, side yard setback, and possibly others in order to construct a new single-family home. Taxes and water payments are current, and proof of advertising and notifying have been satisfied. Mr. McLarnon?
Thank you, Board Chairman, board members. My report is based on the application of MSR Revocable Living Trust, 9412 Winchester Avenue, Block 228, Lot 71. Again, it's within the MF zoning district. FEMA requirements are base flood elevation of 9 and a freeboard at 12, to get to 12. And the height of the building is based on the 9 feet above grade, so they're going to have parking below, which actually you need that on this narrow lot. And the existing conditions, well, it's a vacant lot now. However, prior to that, there were 2 non-conforming structures on the lot, one in the rear, one in the front. They were both probably damaged by Sandy. So with good news to the city, we're getting rid of 2 non-compliant homes. So they do need a couple variances that are not unusual for this narrow of lot. Page 2 is my zoning chart for the MF zone. Page 3 of the documents reviewed. And again, I have discussed this project with the applicant's attorney and the applicant's architect to clarify a couple things, and some items in my report can be revised to depict actually what's going on here. So the variance required are as follows. Lot area, where the minimum required lot area in the MF zone is 4,400 square feet. 3,125 square feet exists, and the same is proposed. It's an existing non-conforming lot area. They can't change anything about that. Same with the lot width. Minimum lot width is 40 feet, 25 feet exists, and 25 feet is proposed. Existing non-conforming lot width. Front yard setback to the porch or deck, whereas prevailing front yard setback to the porch is 17.67 feet and 14.33 feet is proposed. Again, under normal conditions, that's still a pretty reasonable setback. Minimum side yard setback on the right and the left. They're required to have 5 feet as a minimum, and 3.5 feet is proposed for both sides. Maximum eave height is 18 inches above the top plate of the second floor, and 9 feet is proposed. Again, that's because of the unique design of the roof. It is a sloped roof, but because of the narrowness of the lot and the narrowness of the building, the architect and the applicant has elected to go with a unique design, which is actually will fit in nicely with this area. Again, a number of stories over parking. My original analysis concluded that there is 2.5 stories, but the applicant has clarified that it is, in fact, just 2 stories over parking, so they are permitted to have the 2 stories over parking for a lot with less than 40 feet. So that variance goes away. Waivers requested are, one is a copy of an area map showing all lots within 200 feet of the property. Again, they provided proper notice to all lots within 200 feet of the property. My report indicates, both by aerial view and by tax map and zoning map, all the properties within 200 feet. They are asking for a waiver of the copy of a survey. Again, they have provided a survey delivered today, which will be in the file for review if anybody cares to see it. And a survey older than 1 year, actually that waiver is not required because the survey is current. Comments are as follows. I'll just give an abridged version of that. A copy of the survey has been provided, so the waiver request is moot, as I just discussed. A grading plan is recommended for this long, narrow lot to make sure that the any runoff and drainage gets from the back of the lot to Winchester Avenue and not encroach on any of the neighbors' lots. A suggestion would be to provide gutters and downspouts with leaders discharging completely to the front. All decks are not meeting the minimum side yard setbacks either, so that variance kind of carries over for the minimum side yard setback to the decks, which is not unusual. Pool equipment is not shown, and again, the applicant will provide testimony to that for my comment number 10. Item number 9, all existing street trees shall remain and be protected if possible. I mean, the lot is cleared right now, and the 25-foot wide lot, there's really not a whole lot of room in the front. I think the applicant has done a good job with protecting the site and the neighbors. Again, the eave height does require a variance because it is higher on the one side. Again, it's a unique roof. Third floor deck is not a third floor deck. It's actually a platform from the HVAC. And it's my understanding that the pool equipment, wherever it's going to be, will comply with the setbacks. And that concludes my report at this time, and I turn it over to Mr. Goldstein to provide testimony.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Eric Goldstein on behalf of the applicant. With me, just joining us online, is Mark Zawacki, who prepared the plan. I anticipate that probably Mr. Zawacki, myself, along with Mr. Baglivo, who is likely going to be constructing this, will testify. So at least for now, I'd like to have them both sworn, although I anticipate a lot of what Roger said, and with the adoption of his report and going through some of the other issues that we've been working on this past week, I'll try to keep it brief, as I know we have 3 more applications after this. So, Mr. Manos, if you would, I just want Mr. Zawacki and Mr. Baglivo to be sworn, and then I'll get underway.
Sure. Mr. Zawacki, Mr. Baglivo, just state your name and address or business address for the record. I'll swear the 2 of you in together.
Stephen Baglivo, 8005 Atlantic Avenue, Margate, New Jersey.
All right, I heard Steve. Go ahead.
Okay, Mark Zawacki, 1555 Zion Road, Northfield, New Jersey.
And can you each raise your right hand? Do you each swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Manos, just before we get underway here, I know Mr. Zawacki's testified on numerous occasions for this. I'd ask the chairman to accept expert of architect.
Yeah, we accept this qualification.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. So with regard to Mr. McLarn's report that I've got in front of me here, we concur with all of his comments, of course. But, you know, we do have an odd lot in that it's one of those rare 25-foot wide lots in Margate. But in looking at the lot itself and with the constraints that the lot has, one thing that the applicant has been particular about, I know that everybody's reviewed the report, we've got a fair number of constraints that are in need of variances, not the least of which are the side yard setbacks along with the front yard based on the prevailing minimums. But looking at the building coverage, it's greatly under what is allowed. The lot coverage is consistent with what is allowed, but we've got some other excess with regard to things that generally don't get additional room, not the least of which is the rear yard, and they've been very careful to give us a 67% of front yard landscaping where 60 is required, greatly over on that one. And another rarity, we're under on the building height. Everyone always wants to go to that magic 30-foot number. It's a foot and a couple inches under, but they weren't looking to max out the property. They were looking to do a tasteful house in a fairly dense part of town. This lot has 4 lots next to it that kind of jut into the property. So it's not only oddly shaped, it has some other significant constraints. So with that, Mr. was tasked with designing a house, which obviously meets the needs of the ultimate owners, the members of the trust, and Mr. Baglivo is going to build this house. But by the very nature of the lot, if we did everything per Margate's code, we'd have that, we call it the skinny boxcar in one portion of the lot, which just doesn't look aesthetically pleasing. So having said that, I'm just going to ask Mr. Zawacki to walk us through briefly, even though Roger did and I did, the variances that are being requested and the justifications under Margate zoning code and the municipal land use law. So Mark, you've heard what Roger and I have had to say. You've obviously been involved in the planning, and Steve can back us up here with regard to what the ultimate construction is going to look like. But just talk about briefly the project, the house that you've designed, and what variances are necessary and why this meets the benefits, certainly outweighing any detriments under the ML.
Okay, well, for one, the building setback average is 13'4", and the porch setback is 17'8". So the building can be, you know, forward of the porch. So it doesn't make sense that the building setback and the porch setbacks are an issue, okay? Because we are actually a foot back from the building setback for the porch. So that shouldn't be an issue. Okay, lot coverage is what it is. Average setback right now is 2'8" on one side and 1'8", and we're going to 3'6". Lot coverage has to be 85%. We're going to be at 65%. In the MF zone 45% is allowed for building coverage, we're at 38%. And even if we did the allowable building area from S60 to S25, we would fall on 39%, which we would still be under the allowable.
So Mark, when you're talking about the setbacks, and Mr. Patterson, and of course the other applicants earlier mentioned this, the house clearly is going to be a blank lot before Mr. Baglivo builds the house. But what was there presently, previously, as Roger points out, two significantly non-conforming structures. Even though we're starting now with a clean slate, what was there was odd because you had two structures on a very narrow, deep lot, which were right on the property line, correct?
Exactly. Like I said, it was like 85% lot coverage.
Okay. And with regard to all of the other variances that are necessary based on this design, do you see any detriment that could be associated with the board granting this application?
No, I don't.
And to the extent there could possibly be some detriment, in your professional opinion, do the positives of getting rid of what was there and building a compliant house that meets all FEMA and Margate flood regulations, do those benefits outweigh any possible detriment that could exist?
Absolutely. I agree.
And thank you, Mr. Zawacki. One thing, members of the board, that the owner of the property, Mr. Baglivo, and I have discussed. This is a two-story house. I think it's a very unique design because it looks like it might contain more area. It doesn't. The architect has clarified that with Mr. McLarnon. I believe to the extent the board needs something in a resolution that Mr. Manos would prepare, we would agree with that. There is a platform for mechanicals, and that's really in a nutshell. There's nothing we can do to make the lot bigger, so we're certainly bound under both a hardship and the flexible C variance with a buildable lot that if we build per your own code, the design and the construction would be worse than what's been designed by way of the variance. It is the typical case of the better planning alternative. So we remain available if Mr. Baglivo is needed for questions or if Mr. Zawacki is needed. But having said all that, we would rest subject to calling a witness or two if the board has further questions after board comment or public comment.
Any questions from the board? I have the eve height. I don't want any other architects listening to this to think we're not complying with this. I think with the great design that Mr. Zawacki came up with, it's a unique design. So as far as that's concerned, I think you're meeting the intent of what we were trying to do. We weren't trying to limit anything as far as the way this house is designed. It's just designed differently. So I know we always get calls the day after, well, you allowed this one, you allowed that one. I think this, again, is an exception that meets the intent of what we were trying to do.
Excellent.
Anyone else on the board? I'm going to open it up for public comment. If anyone has any questions or comments, please be identified and be sworn in.
My name's Tom Carrington. I'm the neighboring property at 9410 Winchester Avenue. I'd like to speak or.
Okay, you need to be sworn in. Just hang in.
Can you just state your name again? You broke up for a second.
Sure, Tom Darlington from 9410 Winchester Avenue.
Okay, Mr. Darlington, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Thanks.
I can appreciate the idea of improving the property. Of course, it's been torn down now, so there's nothing there. It's just, I do have concerns with trying to, I guess, maximize the square footage of the home from the sides, having the ability to control on the plans while keeping their intent to do a pool in the back. You know, from, I guess, concerns of, you know, fire or the look of the house. I have those concerns. And I wondered if this house, although obviously it's improving what used to be there, can be designed with adhering to the code, but just extending it back further rather than infringing on my property line.
The only comment I can make is that with the 3'6" setback, that we are required to have a fire rated wall on both sides. And we're limited to glass area also to 25%, which we meet. So as far as fire is your issue, we will conform to the fire regulations based on the code.
And previously, the previous structure on that location on the south side had 2 feet or less in setback. And on the north side, which is this gentleman's side, was 5 feet. But I think that the overall design of the structure and positioning more in the center is more appealing to everyone in the community in that region there. I know that on the south side, it's all rear yards that are on that side. So taking everything off the property line on that side and shifting it towards the north is very beneficial for everyone in that community.
Agreed.
Mr. Zawacki, what would it do to your design with a 15-foot wide house?
I couldn't even
One
do
room
it.
after the other?
I couldn't even do it. I mean, look at the size of the rooms. If you look at the size of the bedroom right now is 9 feet. You know, you would lose that whole bedroom. There's no way you can do it.
Right now, we have a 17-foot interior wall-to-wall space, which is minimal. Most master bedrooms are bigger than 17 feet wide on most of our homes. I will add too also on the north side, adjacent to the property line is a driveway. It's mostly driveway or yard, not structure on this gentleman at 9410 Winchester's location.
Mark, explain to the board why you need the distance. So you got the staircase, the hallway, and then a bedroom. The staircase has to be 3 feet. The corridor has to be 3 feet. So that sucks up 6 feet right there just for egress. So, you know, explain that. Good.
Mark, you're muted.
All right, hang on.
You're good now, Mark.
Okay. If I remove 2 feet, my bedroom becomes 7 foot by 12.
Because you have 6 feet in egress area, hallway, and stair tower, correct?
Right. I need from the outside wall to the face of the stairs, 4 feet, another 3'6" in the hallway, then the wall thickness, and then the 5.5-inch wall outside wall. It all adds up. I don't think anybody wants a 7'6" bedroom. And then, of course, it affects your bathrooms, and it just goes right down the line. It's just too narrow.
Mark, we can say for the record that the house you designed is the narrowest this house could be, correct?
It is totally the narrowest. It's at the minimum.
And as you and Mr. Baglivo commented, it's fire rated. So with regard to the distances, you're complying with the fire code and the percentages of allowable windows. So everything that would be built is both protected by the Uniform Fire Code as well as the basic minimum distance. The house could be wide from one end of it to the other. As Steve said, you've got external walls and internal walls. There's no way to.
That's
Is the
correct.
fire code different with 3 feet and 5 feet, or 3.5 feet and 5 feet?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Is the fire code different if it's 5
Yes.
feet or if it's 3.5 feet back?
Actually, if it's 5 feet, if it's 5 feet or less, it requires a 1 hour rated wall all the way up, inside and out.
So it's more fire
That's okay.
protected than if it met the code.
Exactly, because we're using fire rated plywood, fire rated blocking. We got to fire caulk everything. Everything has to be according to the code. Yes.
So just to follow up on Mr. Patterson's question, if the house were further from the property line it's less fire protected than the house that Mr. Baglivo is going to build.
Correct. If it's more than 5 feet, it does not have to be fire protected.
So by moving it closer, the fire protection increases basically on the order of magnitude.
Exactly, according to the 2000 IBC code.
All right.
Hey, Rich, it's Tom. Could I ask Mr. Darlington a question?
Yes.
Mr. Darlington, how close is your house to your property line?
I don't know. I'm sure the drawings are filed with the township. I don't know off the top of my head.
I mean, is it a minimum of 5 feet, or is it your backyard? Are you like 10 feet?
I would go over 5 feet. I'm not within that code. It was built by Alex Links probably 10 or 11 years ago.
Okay.
And we're also talking about homes that tend to be, vacant for 6 months, 9 months of the year as well, or can be. Just, something to consider.
I think that's common here at any of the short communities, that these homes are frequently vacant for time periods. And more of a reason to remove the terrible mess that was there initially and build a new structure. I think it's an overall improvement for everyone.
Anything else, Mr. Darlington?
I'd just like you to consider what I asked.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the public have any comments or questions? Public portion's closed. Leo, would you read a motion, please?
Yes, someone needs to make a motion for the following C variance relief lot area of 3,125 square feet where 4,400 square feet is required. Lot width, 25 feet where 40 feet is required. A front yard setback to the porch/deck of 14.33 feet where 17.67 feet is required. Side yard setback on the right side of 3.5 feet where 5 feet is required. Same on the left side, 3.5 feet where 5 feet is required. There's a roof eave height variance of 9 feet proposed where 18 inches from the top plate of the second floor is what's permitted. It's a two-story house, so that that variance goes away for 2.5 stories. There is a waiver from submitting that area map showing all properties within 200 feet. They have now submitted a current survey, and we'll notice the conditions, anything in Mr. McLaren's report unless otherwise addressed, and the applicant will comply with any representations it made during the course of the hearing.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Tom Collins?
This is kind of a tough case. In one way, I agree with Mr. Darlington that, with small lots, anything under 5 feet in setbacks, really make it difficult for us in the city. In this case here, I think what's being put on it, what's been demolished, the steps taken to protect the neighbors' properties and the proximity of this house to other houses in the area are all mitigating circumstances. The design, the low volume, height, the narrowness of it, I think it does a lot to improve the neighborhood, and I vote in favor.
Richard Patterson? Richard
There's
Patterson?
a lot of background noise if anybody said anything. Could everyone else please turn their mics off? Alma, did you call me?
Yes.
Okay. This board has in the past turned down applications to build houses or structures on lots that are too small. But in those cases, there had never been a house on that property. If we turn down this application, we're because of the side yard setbacks, we're basically saying the lot's unbuildable and it would be overturned. So, seeing as this lot did have a house on it, we're pretty much tied to the fact that if a reasonable house goes up there with less setbacks, it should be approved. Don't like to approve or disapprove things when we're being second guessed by the courts. So with that in mind, and with the fact that the coverage is so much less than what could be, and it's only 2 stories, and it's 1 family instead of 2, for those reasons, I vote yes for this application.
Thank you.
Jim Galantino.
It's hard. I mean, I understand the neighbor's concerned about the setbacks of the house. But the old house, the back portion of the house, the second house back, actually overhung the building on Jefferson, and the guy used to complain to me all the time about the water running off and flooding the backyard. To me, this alleviated that problem. He was very happy about it. I'm sorry he's not at the meeting. And the cottages are small. I mean, they weren't even, I think there was like 1 bedroom and a kitchen in it, and they were all on grade. They weren't elevated at all. The main house was elevated, but the cottages were not. I think it's a nice design for that street, and we're gonna get some off-street parking there too, so that's an asset. I approve this application.
Craig Palmisano.
Yeah, I agree with Jimmy. It is a nice design. 25-foot lots are very tough. There's not much we can do. 3.5 feet on each side. I wouldn't want to see it go any less than that. The 14-foot 4-inch front setback on the front porch is pretty substantial. 14 feet, almost 15 feet on the front of the property. And I think that's pretty substantial. You increased the side setbacks from what was there before. And to me, this is a 25-foot lot. It's a modern day row house. It's what's being built today. 25-foot lot, 7 foot off each side. Like you said, 18 feet is left, and that's what you're left with. There's not much else you can do with it. And I think it's a good design, and I approve it.
Joseph DiGirolamo.
In what the other board members have said on presenting different points, are very valid points. I mean, there was a home there. This home is going to be better than what was there. It is only a 2-story home. It improves parking. And I think Rich's point that, we have to sit around and look at this and approve of it, because it could be overturned in court. Doesn't make any sense, so I'm approving of it.
Ron Grupo.
Yes, as my fellow board members have said, a lot this size restricts what can be done with it. And I feel like it's a great design for a 1-family dwelling on the available space that we have, and I approve the project.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin.
Michael Richmond.
Yeah, I agree with Rich and Joe. There was an existing house there. You can't deny somebody to be able to rebuild a house there. If we abided by the setbacks, it would be basically a closet, an unlivable house. So I'm not going to do that. I understand the home neighbors' concerns about fire ratings, but being a builder, I think that with the 1-hour ratings, that should alleviate his concern, and I'm going to approve it.
The application is approved with 7 in favor and 0 opposed.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, guys. Good night.
Next case is Jeffrey and Lisa Brody, 112 South Blumsom Avenue, Block 19, Lot 15, located in the S40 zoning district. for rear yard setback, minimum side yard setback, building height, and possibly others in order to raise an existing single-family house. Taxes and water payments are current, and proof of advertising and notifying have been satisfied. Mr. McCormick?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Manos, it's Chris Balance, and I'd like to speak on a jurisdictional matter before Roger Rees is reported before the case goes in. I think there's an issue thank you very much. With this application, I represent the Torrens, who are right next door to the right as you look at the house. They're on the bay side of the Brody property in a 1.5-story Cape Cod. What you're going to hear tonight is an application involving several variances to lift this house higher than it can be at the mandatory minimum. What we don't know, and what was not in the application and what was not in the notice, is a request for 2 curb cuts and 2 driveways leading to 2 garages. Now, I think that is something that the neighborhood would have been very interested to hear, and probably it may have come out, because that in and of itself, and separate and apart from the lift, the neighbors would think, the lift is the lift, they're allowed to do that, and they've got to approve it. But when you're introducing another variance for 2 curb cuts where only 1 is permitted, I think that is a significant enough issue that it should have been included in the notice. Let the neighbors know that is part of this application, because that is an issue that impacts the street. It's an issue that impacts the entire neighborhood with on-street parking. Curb cuts is a big deal in Margate, big deal in Longport, big deal in Ventnor. And to make that request without notifying the neighbors, I think is reversible error. I would like to see the board consider whether or not this application should be tabled, renoticed with the curb cut issue noticed, and not rely upon the any and all other variance language that you find in all of our notices.
Leo, I'd like to turn that over to you for whatever your legal opinion is.
All right,
I don't think I'm qualified to answer that.
I think we should let Mr. Goldstein respond to that, and then I'll give you what my thoughts are, just
Okay,
so we have a record of it.
This is the first I'm hearing of this. I'm not really pleased that this would be brought up at the last minute, but the law says any and all other variances can be considered. I don't know why this would be brought up the night of the hearing, not even earlier in the day, but rather now. But having said that, we plan to go forward. If Mr. Balanson wants to challenge based upon a jurisdictional issue, he certainly has the right to take that to court. But all the neighbors got notice, the next door neighbor got notice, and if he had such a concern about curb cuts, the city does a great job putting up the plans online immediately upon them being filed. So I think that this is just a kick the can. Let me see if I can get my client to get another month before this is heard. And we're prepared to go forward without renoticing, without re-advertising. We do have the correct notice sent to the neighbor. He certainly got it. So we're prepared to go forward. And if that becomes a jurisdictional issue for the court, we will proceed at our own risk.
Okay. Rich, it's Leo. So generally speaking, the law is that you don't have to list every single variance that you're seeking. Mr. Balanson made his point. It's noted on the record. If it was a D variance that was being sought, my thought process would certainly be different. Again, I appreciate and respect this point, but I believe with the any and all other variances, after having reviewed the notice, that it is legally sufficient. Mr. Goldstein is been advised of a potential challengeable issue. He'd like to proceed, but that aside, I think it's my opinion that the notice is legally proper. It sufficiently notifies the public of the nature of the matters to be considered. There's enough there that an interested party would go to the website or come to City Hall and view the plans.
Well, based on that, we'll hear the case.
Thank you for hearing me.
And then I guess we should turn to Roger now, Rich, for his report?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, okay, Roger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. My report is based on the application of Jeffrey and Lisa Brody, 112 South Rumson Avenue, Block 19, Lot 15, within the S40 zoning district. This is a beach block property. FEMA zone elevation 10, so the bottom of the floor would have to be a 3. Our ordinance does permit houses to be constructed over parking, so we give you 9 feet. It's been determined to be complete. It's a substantial benefit variance. The background is as follows. The applicant is seeking relief from the ordinances of the city of Margate in order to elevate and expand a beach block single-family dwelling. Several variances are required. The property is on the Longport side of the street. The dwelling is being elevated more than BFE plus 3, as state statute permits all non-conforming structures to be elevated without variances. All non-conforming standards now require variances because they are going beyond base flood elevation plus 3 with the lift. Again, our ordinance does permit parking below, so that they can tear this down and build this, what they're doing, without any variances. But because there are existing nonconformities with the structure, they trigger the variances because we're lifting the house beyond base flood plus 3. The zoning chart is on page 2, highlighted in bold-faced and or the variances indicated. Continued on page 3 is the continuation of the zoning chart. Documents reviewed on page 3, section 2. Section 3 indicates the variances required. Again, this house could be almost lifted by right to base flood plus 3, which is, they're lifting it about less than 3 feet higher than what would be by right. So the variances are required as follows. Minimum side yard setback on the right, whereas the required minimum side yard setback based on lot frontage is 10 feet. 6.51 feet exists and 6.51 feet is proposed. Again, it's an expansion of a non-conforming setback. Side yard setbacks combined, whereas the required minimum combined side yard setback based on lot width of 37% is 22 feet, and 16.5 feet is proposed. Again, the side yard deck must comply with the, not only the minimum side yard setbacks, but also the combined side yard setbacks. However, there is room to do it, as there was a driveway there and a deck and a pool proposed to be at that location where the driveway was located. Rear yard setbacks, whereas the required minimum rear yard setback based on lot depth is 20% of the depth, where a minimum of 10 feet. 14.92 feet exists and 14.92 feet is proposed. Again, it's an expansion of a non-conforming setback. Building coverage, even though the building coverage is not being expanded, they are adding a lower level that occupies 32% of the property, where 30% is the maximum provided. Again, it's a expansion of a non-conforming building coverage. Just by 2%, it's not much for this size of a property. Building height, whereas the maximum permitted building height is 30 feet above first floor of a parking, 30.25 feet exists over first floor at BFE, and 30.25 feet is proposed. Again, you could take that same structure, which is non-conforming of height, and go up to BFE plus 3 without a variance because you're going beyond plus 3. It's not the bottom that's causing the variance, it's the existing structure. So it's an expansion of a non-conforming building height. Off-street parking space size for 2. I almost hate mentioning this, but whereas the minimum length of a driveway parking below a dwelling is 18 feet and less than 18 feet is proposed. Driveway curb cut width, whereas the total width permitted is 18 feet and the proposed total width is 20 feet, and the driveway curb cut number, whereas the number of curb cuts permitted is 1 and 2 are proposed. Waivers requested copy of an area map showing all lots within 200 feet of the property. It's not requested, but it should be, or actually it was requested. And a survey older than 1 year old. The survey waiver is not needed. A survey is less than 1 year old, so that waiver is gone. The proposed house lift generates the variances because, again, not to beat a dead horse, but we are going beyond the BFE plus 3, but it is to provide off-street parking below the structure, which is permitted by our ordinance. The existing structure has varying setbacks from the right-of-way of South Rumson Avenue of 17.9 feet to 18.43 feet. So that actual parking space on the beach side may actually comply, or one of those parking spaces might actually comply, so it might be just one space. The driveway curb cut total width is wider than permitted, and as is the number of curb cuts exceed what is permitted, but is driven by the existing setback of the building. The side yard deck is individually meeting the minimum side yard setback, but is in violation of the combined side yard setbacks intended to be free of any structure, and it's not by much. The rear yard setback is an existing non-conforming setback requiring a variance due to its expansion above base flood plus 3. Again, same thing with the building coverage and the building height. Lot coverage, design standards, and all other bulk standards are being met. My comment number 13 is provide shop drawing or cut sheets indication percentage of open area to be contributed for the grass pavers. That was supplied to me by the architect. Again, I am familiar with the project, with the product, and it does work well. Existing masonry wall is to remain according to the plans. I just want confirmation on that. And that concludes my report at this time.
Eric, before you start, can I make a comment?
Matt.
This is not directed at your client directly, but from problems the board has had in the past, I make this comment to anyone that's lifting a house of this size with a lot this size. Sometimes, unbeknownst to the board, the purpose of lifting the house, and it's a legitimate purpose, is you keep your existing setbacks. We have in the past, however, had people apply and show us what they're doing to the house, and it ends up they tear down the entire house except for one wall. And again, this is not directed at your client, it's directed to anybody that's doing this. I just want you all to notice that there is a problem if you do too much or if you tear down too much. Just be aware of that, and if you're just lifting the house and making it look better, fine, but just be careful of how much of the house is destroyed, because you could end up having to meet or not qualifying for these variances because you've torn down too much of the house. And I have to reiterate, it's not directed just at your client.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Unfortunately, we are all familiar with I'm going to tear every wall down but one, and I'll get that board and I'll show them that I can build a house that I want. This, I can assure you, is not that case. You're on the record of saying that. I'm on the record of responding. And I'm sure as Pete talks about what he's planning on doing here, this is not that type of house. But we certainly appreciate why you said it and know that it's not directed at the Brodies, who are just going to try to raise their house as Mr. Weiss designed. Having said that, we are certainly in agreement with Mr. McLarn's report. With me this evening, on behalf of the applicant, is Peter Weiss. Lisa and Jeff Brody are also on the Zoom. They likely won't need to testify, but we have them here in case the board has specific questions. Roger's report was fairly thorough, as are Peter's plans. So I would ask Peter to be sworn in, and then we can go through the planned raise in significant detail, hopefully satisfying everybody as to the benefits outweighing the detriments under the municipal land use law, the City of Margate zoning ordinances, but most important, New Jersey's flood mitigation statute, which, as Roger correctly points out, allows the house to be raised no matter what, because raising higher than is otherwise allowed by state statute. So having said all that, I'm going to ask Mr. Weiss, please be sworn in. I know he's been previously sworn in, but we need him in for this case as well, Mr. Maddox.
Okay, Mr. Weiss, just your name and address for the record, please.
Peter Weiss, 101 North Washington Avenue, Margate.
And please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
Okay.
Hey, Pete, you know the drill. We've been here before. You testified here before. You're a licensed professional architect. Mr. Chairman, I would ask him to please be accepted by the board as an expert in the field of architecture.
Once again, we accept his credentials.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. All right, Pete, if you could walk us through your design of this house raise. And just before you get started, so it's on the record, would you please make a note to tell the board that this is not the type of case where the house is intended to be mostly demolished in order to take advantage of setbacks that we otherwise wouldn't be able to get in the future.
Okay, we don't intend to do any demolition other than some minor interior. There's a rear stair that we want to eliminate and move that to the interior. So, that's about the only demolition I foresee happening. A little background.
Yeah, go ahead.
This house is, it's at the end of Rumson Avenue, second off the beach on the west side. I originally designed the house in 2005. It was built between, I guess, 2005, 2006. So it was done several years before Sandy. So the existing first floor, finished floor is 4 feet below what the city currently requires in their flood ordinance. And it was originally designed with no garage and a wide driveway on the left side, which is the beach side. Fast forward, the Brodies are spending a great deal more time here, and they find that, now that they need a garage, they need storage space. So that's, part of the impetus to do this. And of course, the other impetus is to get it raised to get it out of the potential flood damage. So what we propose to do is, lift the house about 6.5 feet total, eliminate the existing driveway on the left side, which is all pavers and, impervious, add I think an 8-foot wide deck off the living room on the first floor only, which would be on the left side and would occupy part of the area that's driveway at the moment. Because the house was designed symmetrically with a front door and a nice front porch, the only option as far as garages go is to put a single car garage on either side, because there's not enough width on either side of the entry to have a 2-car garage on either the left or right. I mean, they're symmetrical, but they're just, they're more than a foot short of being able to fit 2 cars on either side. So, the most reasonable option to me and to maintain the design of the house was to have 2 garage doors and 2 garages.
And Peter, that for one moment, how much space is between the 2 driveways on the interior from the inside driveway line to the other inside driveway line?
Right, so I believe that's 23 feet. So this, it's a full parking space between the curb cuts.
And what's the parking situation like on this block? You can't park there during the day anyway, correct?
So currently, it seems to vary in Margate. Some streets you can't park at all on the beach block, but this one is posted now. You can't park between 10 a.m. and 5 p.m., which is, presumably when most people go to the beach.
So with regard to removing on-street parking, what we're talking about is potentially little to no impact on the existing on-street parking.
Correct.
Sorry, continue.
Okay. So what we wanted to do was, convert most of the driveway that's there to landscaping and grass. And then the proposed new driveways will be grass pavers. So it's a sort of plastic honeycomb system. So virtually the entire front of the house would then become grass and landscaping. Very little concrete, because the only concrete you need is to get to the front steps. So we intend to, lift the house, keep the stucco, the tile roof. I mean, there's a lot of expense involved in building this house. Brodies want to change the color of the stucco, but that's kind of the extent of it. Then we're going to put stone around the base, foundation walls. So we'd be extending, because there's already grade beam and pile under the building, we'd be taking the existing foundation walls and just extending them vertically. So then we have to cover them. Right now, I guess they're stucco, so we'd be using stone for the base. So that's what we propose. So,
and Pete, with the front yard, talking about what's going to look like now compared to what it will, your increase in proposed landscaping goes from 62, which is already in excess of what's required, to a whopping 77% of front yard landscaping, correct?
Correct.
And then overall landscaping, 35 is the minimum, we're going up to 38. So with regard to the rate, sometimes those house raises take away landscaping. Here, it's going to be a significant increase even with the proposed 2 garages, correct?
Yes.
So one variance that Roger did point out, and you and I have discussed, I think we can eliminate pretty easily. We've got an 18-foot requirement for the length where we're at 17.9 on one of them. Is it possible at all that we extend that so we don't have a need for a variance there?
Right. Well, the existing front foundation wall of the house is 16 inches thick, and the garage door would be set back into that. So the total depth of the parking spaces are going to be at least 19 feet. So that's not even a variance.
With regard to Roger's report, at least in that regard, that would be eliminated.
Yes.
And we had spoken about the 2 curb cuts and the need for both of them, because otherwise the parking straight down just on one, in your professional opinion, really doesn't work, correct?
Correct.
With regard to the height, and this is always an issue, of course, on beach block, we do need a slight height variance. Please talk about the positives and negatives and why we need a height variance, even though it's for a very small amount over what's allowed after the house is raised.
So, yeah, we're looking for a height variance of a few inches, which is, of course, at the ridge. And that was partly a function of the fact that the roof's a little steeper than the minimum. I mean, typically, you know, the minimum is 512, so everybody's 512. This one's a little bit steeper, it's like 5.5. So that added a little bit of height at the ridge. And this would only be at the ridge. And, you know, it comes down to being able to get a garage with an 8-foot ceiling so you can put a garage door in. Because typically you need 8 foot, because the garage door is 7, you need room for the hardware and stuff at the top. So, you know, ideally we try to get it to 8 feet.
But without glossing over that, that's a fairly important point. When we're talking about the height based upon a roof pitch, which is greater, and most people don't build greater than 512, but it's also not the entirety of the roof, correct?
Well, I mean, it's measured at the ridge. So, yeah, it's a very small area that exceeds, if you will.
And the reason for the raise, of course, getting the house out of harm's way, the flood mitigation statute allows us to raise in its existing footprint no matter what. We're just going slightly over the minimum required, as pointed out by Mr. McLarnon. In the event we went less than what we're asking for, we wouldn't have a functional garage, correct?
Correct. We could raise the house 4 feet above what it is now, variance-free. We're requesting to raise it an extra 2.7 feet, which will give us, 8 foot in the garage. If you took 2.7 out of the garage, you basically have 5.5 feet. So that's not usable.
For some reason, the applicant wanted to go up just to the minimum. We're not here tonight, correct? This is a by right application and nothing would have to go before the board because we'd be complying with the flood mitigation statute in its entirety.
Correct, if they keep the driveway where it was, yes.
Correct. Okay. Pete, in your professional opinion, having designed the house, having heard potential issues from the neighbors, having heard what Roger put into his report, do you see any detriment that could possibly be associated with the application if it were granted?
No, I don't.
And to the extent someone could possibly see any detriment to the benefits of getting the house out of harm's way and getting parking onto a driveway rather than on the street, do those benefits greatly outweigh any possible negatives that could be associated with the project at all?
I believe so, yes.
Mr. Chairman, the Brodies can testify if you need them to. I think Pete has satisfied the requirements of the municipal land use law. I would imagine we're going to hear from at least one of the neighbors, so we would reserve the right to have Pete or the Brodies back on, but we would rest at this point, pending what I just asked, to have us bring somebody back on if we need that.
Okay, anyone from the board have any questions, comments?
Chairman, it's Roger, real quick. I just have a quick question for Pete and Eric. The distance from the first floor, the finished floor, to the peak is not changing from what it is today to what you're proposing, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right.
When the house was built, the zoning was different. It was built 15 years ago, so things were different then.
Oh, the good old days, right?
So it is, Roger, you're correct. It is the prototypical raise in place. They're not adding any more floor to ceiling height on any of the floors other than the ground level will be higher than it is presently.
And part of that open area on the ground floor is going to be actually open to the outside, correct? Like where the pool is and basically creating a covered patio, which is now an enclosed crawl space, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm pointing that out, Mr. Chairman and board members, because there has been some applications before my desk where something similar was applied for, where they'll have a house twice the size of this, and they lift it up to put one parking space in there to create all this storage space below the building, and you know, in my opinion, it wasn't going to be storage space. So, in my opinion, they are not taking advantage of that same situation here.
Sure, question, Galantino. Will the pole be raised?
No.
Or are you going
Not
to leave it in
changing.
existing location?
Pool's going to stay where it is, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Pete.
You're done, Eric? At
As I
this
said,
point?
we are resting
Okay.
pending the ability to recall any witness, or whoever else wants.
All right, I'm going to open it, if there's no more questions from the board, I'm going to open it to public comment. I know there's someone out there worried I'll cut you off, but I will wait and listen. So please identify yourself and be sworn in.
Mr. Patterson, it's Chris Bayless on behalf of the Torrens. I just have a question, and then Mr. Torrens is going to speak on his own behalf. He is the immediate neighbor to the right. May I ask a question?
Yes.
Is the variance 3 inches or 2.7 feet? Because the house is being raised at their desire to have a garage, but that's a local ordinance. The statute allows for 3 feet above 12, and these guys are going about 5.7 feet above 12. Is that fair, Roger or Pete?
The ordinance allows also 9 feet above grade
Right, I understand.
if parking is provided below and there's no detached garage.
But I heard during the presentation that the height, that the relief is for 2.7 feet.
Correct.
Okay, so it's not 3 inches, it's 2.7 feet. It's almost 3 feet.
It's a different variance. I mean,
Height variance, then. Sorry, Pete, go ahead.
the couple inches was that for the height of the building, that's an existing condition, and we're just raising the building.
I understand.
The 2.7 is how much we'd be lifting the building above the minimum required by the flood ordinance, the current flood
Right,
ordinance.
which adds 2.7, which does add 2.7 to the overall height, though.
It adds 2.7 feet to, yeah, where the building encroaches into the side yard, yes.
Of course, so anybody who would be next door to it, with that, the house would be 2.7 feet lower, but for the variance.
Correct.
But that's, now Mr. Torrin, I represent, and he'd like to speak on his own behalf to tell you why he is against this project.
Okay, Mr. Torn, just give us your name and address, please.
Arnold Torrin, 110 South Robinson.
And can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, thank you.
Okay, as indicated, I'm the next door neighbor to 112 South Robinson. Needless to say, we're deeply disturbed to defend this imposition to our property and the serious detriment that this places on us as owners and the enjoyment of our property and the impact on the neighborhood. This has taken us totally by surprise. and the request for multiple variances. I don't take any joy in opposing my neighbor's request for multiple variances, but I feel that it's quite outrageous. Existing property of 112 South Rumson is a very large house. It is currently built at least 4 feet off the ground. That property is only 6 feet away from the property line on my side, and its roof further overhangs at least 2 foot closer to our property. Since this house is already a very large property, a house, raising the house should not be allowed any higher than is permitted in the building code, since this would greatly reduce light and air on my property and others. Variances from the building code should not be for creation of garage space and auxiliary living areas. And this house, I believe, would be totally out of character with the existing neighborhood. It should be also noted that raising a house another story puts its living room windows in direct proximity to our bedroom windows. The existing dwelling does not meet the current setback requirements. If lifted, the house should be moved to meet the side yard requirements. I don't believe that the pictures in the application provide the full perspective of what the owner of 112 South Rumson is asking for in variance and the impact on adjoining properties. The creation of 2 new curb cuts for 2 new garages creates additional parking problems on the street. Furthermore, this plan has only off-street parking for 2 cars and seems very short spacing that will not allow for people to walk on the sidewalk if cars are parked in the driveway. And replaces what in essence was parking for 4 cars. And the garages and parking will be that much closer to the property. In summary, the plan as submitted increases the size of an already existing large house. If the variances are granted, the building structure to further encroach on our property and block light and air. Granting the variances for 112 South Rumson would add additional living space to the adjoining property, add space to their pool area, put parking in front of their home instead of the side of their property, all at the expense of us neighbors. Thank you.
Anything else, Chris? Are you shaking your head? Okay. Anyone else?
No, nothing further, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else from the public? Has the person that was concerned about being called been called? Was that you, Mr. Barney?
Yes, I've just spoken.
Were you the one that called the office concerned about time to respond? Someone had called the office thinking I didn't give enough time for people to get their computer on, so, okay. No one else from the public? I close public portion.
Rich, it's Craig. I have a question for the architect. What is the height of the ground floor parking garage area? What's the ceiling height in there? 8 feet?
Yes.
It's 8 feet. So,
Yes.
so we're putting 8 feet under the existing house.
Yes.
That's basically it. Okay, thank you.
I mean, there's a crawl space now. So, yeah.
Yeah, we're putting 8 feet under the first floor.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Weiss, with the elimination of the parking on the ocean side of the house, how much extra curb space is being provided?
Well, I mean, that was a 2-car wide curb cut, so it's probably the same, more or less. I don't know that anything's gained or lost. It's probably the same, just moved.
Well, that's my question. Is there any less parking on the street before and after, or is it the same, just in a different place?
I would think it's the same.
Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a question. Do we not allow parking on beach block during the summer months?
Correct.
At night? We don't allow it during the day.
During the
10 to
day?
5.
No parking during the day, but after 6 o'clock or something, we allow parking on the street. Is that
On
correct?
some streets, on some streets.
Well, this street.
This street, correct, yes.
Okay.
It's 5 o'clock, but yes.
Okay, Leo, would you read a motion, please?
Yes. One other little point I wanted to make, if I could.
Go ahead.
So I just want to point out that the neighbors on either side have their driveway on our side. So we've got close to 18 feet to the neighbor to the north and 30 feet, more than 30 feet to the neighbor to the south. So there's a, fairly substantial distance between the buildings, especially to the south side, but also to the north side. So that mitigates, I think, any concern about building height and setbacks and that kind of thing.
Leo?
Well, Mr. Patterson, one final thing in summary as well. A house raise is going to occur. So the issue isn't the neighbor preventing the house raise from occurring. He's saying he thinks that this is an awful design and that he doesn't want to come out and object, but he doesn't want the house to go up. The only question is, does it go up to meet the minimum, or does it go up more to allow 2 garages to be built underneath? It's not as if the failure to obtain all of these variances eliminates the house raise. They can just do the by right raise, and then we're not back before the board. But it's still going to happen. So when the board takes into consideration how it's voting, I think it's important to note this isn't we're not going to raise it at all. It's still going to go up. It's just a matter of, does the difference between the allowable raise and what we're asking for actually have a significant impact that can be quantified on the neighbors? And Pete testified it has none, so we're going to rest with that.
I have to respond, Eric, because you're wrong.
Hey, Chris.
Mr. Torrin would have no objection to a raise of 12 plus 3. It's the additional 2.7 feet that he feels is unnecessary when they're permitted to have the 12 plus 3. Thinks the additional 3 feet is unnecessary and an imposition on his property. So we understand the house is going to be raised. We would have no objection to a by right raise, but the additional 3 feet is problematic.
I believe that.
Doesn't the additional 3 feet allow for 8 feet in the basement garage parking?
Correct.
If you didn't have that 3 feet, you'd have 5 feet?
Correct.
Be useless garages and useless under the house.
Correct.
You'd have parking on the side like he has now.
But you'd have nothing under the house, no storage, you'd walk around under a 5-foot house, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I think to me, this is a Sandy case. This is Sandy, and we get complaints all the time about the monstrosities that we allowed to be built. Lamberti's, that giant property. Well, Lamberti's happens to be in a V zone and has to be up that high. So Sandy changed things in that we had to raise houses to such a certain extent that the city and the board felt that why waste that space if it's only another small amount to make that usable space, and also by doing that eliminate garages and increase landscape, that we have been doing this since Sandy, allowing people to raise the house up a few extra feet to get garage space under there, and we've been pretty consistent with that. And again, it's I know it raises a house high, but Sandy changed the rules of the world, and we're stuck with it. So if there's no responses to that or everybody's done, then I'd like Leo to read a motion. Are you okay, Chris and Eric?
I'm prepared to rest on the cases that's gone in.
Okay.
I'm done, Rich.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Leo.
Okay, it's a C variance application for the following C variances. A side yard setback on the right side of 6.51 feet where 10 feet is required. A combined side yard setback of 16.5 feet where 22 feet is required. Rear yard setback of 14.92 feet where 16 feet is required. Building coverage is at 32% where 30% is permitted. Building height is at 30.25 feet where 30 feet is permitted. The driveway sizes now comply, it's my understanding, and the driveway curb cut, the length of them, they're gonna be 18 feet in front of the garages. The driveway curb cut width is 20 feet total, where 18 feet is permitted, and there's 2 curb cuts proposed where 1 is permitted. There is a waiver from the area map showing all properties within 200 feet. The conditions will be anything in Mr. McLaren's report dated June 21st, unless otherwise addressed, and then the applicant will comply with any representations it made during the course of the hearing, and subject to any other necessary approvals.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
Tom Collins.
This is kind of a little bit of a tough case for me. I agree with the neighbor and Mr. Balinson in terms of the impact it's going to have on them. And I do feel that there is negative impacts and it will affect the neighbor. But on the other hand, I have to agree with Mr. Patterson and his comments at the end and what Sandy has done and where we're heading and the fact that the island is actually sinking. So the higher the height as we go along, I think it's going to just grow over every 10 years. And I'd rather be proactive and say, let's get this done. So I vote in favor.
Richard Patterson.
I'd like to address the driveways, and this is a relatively new requirement because what we found was on smaller lots, mostly 40-foot lots, that new houses were being designed with a stairway in the middle and a driveway on each side, with pretty mumuch wiping out any street parking that was there. And we put a stop to that, either put both garages together and have 15-foot driveway, or have the one. I don't see that here because there is no net loss of parking spaces on the street. We're losing one and we're picking up one. And again, because this is not a new constructed house, to me, that would make all the difference. But the way the house is designed right now doesn't lend itself, from the testimony we've heard, to putting both garages on the one side because the house exists as it is. I want to again bring up Sandy that we have felt that it's better to give an extra couple feet and put the garage under the house and get rid of the outside garages. So, and again, like Tom, the neighbor will be inconvenienced, and that's just a fact of life after Sandy. And there's the new director of DEP. He's actually looking to make the heights 5 feet higher, which is absolutely insane. But there are things coming down the road. I really don't think that could happen, but he's the new permanent director. So with all that in mind, I think the benefits outweigh the detriments, and I approve this application.
Thank you.
Jim Galantino.
Yeah, I have to echo Rich's comment. I was going to mention the DEP's requirement to elevate to maybe 5 feet eventually coming up in the future few years. But I'm always want to raise structures. I don't want to ever come back to somebody say, well, you had an opportunity to elevate a structure and you didn't. Why didn't you do it? So I'm just for that alone, I'm just going to vote. I approve this application.
Craig Palmisano.
Yeah, in this case, we're not finding too many houses raised on the south side of Atlantic Avenue, I guess because of the elevation of the grade. But there are some that go up, and there's a lot of existing nonconformities that go along with this. And they're already there, non-conforming, and they go up with the house. And I feel also that the height of the house, we need you need the space in the ground floor. Otherwise, it's senseless to raise the house for that if you're not doing it for that purpose. They're doing it for parking, underground parking there, and storage under the house. And I agree with Rich's assessment also of the parking situation. You have 22 feet between the curb cuts. There's no parking allowed on that street in the summertime, in the daytime. So I don't see it as a factor. I approve.
Joseph DiGirolamo?
Yes, and listening to what Craig just said, I agree with him about the parking issues and what Rich said about the outweighing the detriments are outweighed by the positives in this, and it's a shame for the neighbor next door. But again, we have to look at what the Sandy rule is doing, and therefore I am voting in favor.
Ron Grupo?
Yes, this is a tough one. I certainly empathize with the neighbor and what he's saying about his concerns, but we are restricted and constricted by what Sandy did to us. And I agree with Jimmy that when we have the opportunity to raise them, we have to raise them. So I approve of this application.
Michael Richmond?
I think it's been at least 2 years or maybe 3 years where we decided that we're going to allow parking underneath houses. And I've even seen a couple times where, it doesn't totally work out. And some board members, I think, kind of regretted it to a certain extent. But I think we had to be consistent with what we decide to do. So I think in this situation, we're being consistent. So I'm going to vote yes.
Thank you.
The application is approved with 7 in favor and 0 opposed.
Thank you.
Next case is 8106 Ventnor LLC, 8106 Ventnor Avenue, to be known as 2 South Haverford Avenue, Block 109.02, Lot 14, located in the S25 zoning district, seeking variance relief for pool fence in the front yard setback, 3rd floor deck, and possibly others in order to construct a new single-family home. Taxes and water payments are current, and proof of advertising and notifying have been satisfied. Mr. McFarland?
Thank you, Board Chairman, board members. I'll be brief on this application. Report dated June 18th, 2021, in regard to the application of 8106 Ventnor Avenue, LLC, 8106 Ventnor Avenue, Block 109.02, Lot 14, within the S25 zoning district. Base flood requirements are elevation 10 plus 3 to the bottom. Hardship variance and substantial benefit variance. The hardship is you have 2 front yards and 2 side yards versus 1 front, 2 sides, and a rear. The applicant is seeking relief to construct a new flood-compliant home where a developer's office currently exists, or did exist. It's now demolished. A use variance was previously granted to use the site as commercial within the S25 single-family zoning district. They are going to return the structure to a single-family home. The applicant is seeking at least 2 variances as detailed below due to the site occupying a corner. By definition, 2 front yards, 2 side yards exist. The zoning chart is on page 2 and continued to page 3. The documents reviewed are in section 2 to generate the report and do the review. The front yard setback survey submitted or supplied is over 5 years old. However, I did an analysis with the new houses that are on there, and it actually still complies. The variances required are as follows: a 3rd floor deck, whereas 3rd floor decks are not permitted at this location and one is proposed. The second variance is a fence location, whereas fences of any kind are not permitted to be located within a front yard setback of 12.9 feet, and one is proposed to be located within the front yard setback of Haverford Avenue at 6.93 feet due to the size of the swimming pool. Waivers are requested, an area map showing all lots within 200 feet, a survey older than 1 year old. Again, both of those can be granted without any detriment to the application, as the survey still shows the size and shape of the lot being the same. The structure is no longer valid, so it's not, because it's not there anymore. Again, we have an issue with these units being used on these plans, where some of it's in feet and inches, some of it's in feet and tenths of a foot, and it causes some issues with possible mismeasurements. So I'll leave it up to the architect to confirm that the dimensions are accurate. The fence for the swimming pool is located within the front yard setback on Haverford Avenue and requires a variance. Reduce the size of the pool, and the fence can be by right if pushed back. As we all know about the front yard fence issue, the pool equipment is shown to be in the storage area below the first floor elevation. The plans do not show any gates in the fence, and the outside shower is showing no access to the rear yard. So is there a gate going to be there? The reason is because the gates have certain requirements. Use the excess landscape coverage and have the driveway solid instead of grass strips if enough coverage is available. Usually those grass strips at such a small size really don't work out too well. And if you have the area, make it solid. And front yard steps may need to be raised as no grades are shown, and the steps are designed based on what information. The concern is they are very close to the public right of way, and there's been some issues in the past where the front yard steps had to be redesigned, and they really almost encroach into the right of way, and that's, we'd look to try to avoid that now instead of later on. And that concludes my report.
Roger, I have a question about number 5. The pool equipment is shown in the storage area. And I know there's been some questions and changes or whatever, or confusion about the pool equipment. But I thought the pool equipment couldn't be in the house itself. It could be in a garage. But is that not a variance, or is that okay to be aware of?
We're still allowing it because the storage area or the garage area is still considered a noise reducing structure. The issue is whether it meets the base flood requirements, and although FEMA does not recognize pool equipment as being insured, and actually it's not required to meet any base flood elevation requirements in that regard, it is mechanical equipment, and we do want to try to do our best as a city and municipality to protect the pool equipment, but it's not related to any of the building, and I'll defer to Jimmy on that, but it's not so far, the crawl space or the storage area in the garage, it actually is an ideal location for the pool equipment because it does keep it quiet from the neighbors. It does reduce the sound. However, there are issues with clearance.
I thought you said that the pool equipment, if it was under the house, it had to meet the first floor requirement, or the mechanical requirements that everything else did. Is that not the case?
Well, it depends on where it's at. So if some zones, if it's an A8 zone, they can build a platform off the ground, and they can make the 12.
Okay.
I'm going to confuse the heck out of you, but the elevation cert has got to kind of match everything when the final building's done. And we try. It's been a quagmire. Roger and I have been working it out, trying to figure out how to get these guys to be more compliant. We've noticed a couple of people have gone back and
the pool equipment should not be even listed on the flood certificate.
Correct?
Roger, you have to ask Roger that question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Roger?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that was my question. So it's not a variance, we don't have to worry about that.
Right. I do recommend an alternate location be shown just in case.
Okay, Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McLarnon, Mr. Galantino, thank you for those comments. Eric Goldstein on behalf of the applicant. With me this evening, the preparer of the plan, John Obelenis, along with the representative of the limited liability company, Jeff Callender, each of whom I'm going to ask Mr. Manos to swear in. But just by way of background, because Roger brought this up, the house is currently down, as most of you are aware. This previously was, years and years ago, Dr. Finkelstein's office, it had 3 or 4 perhaps non-conforming apartments. It wasn't exactly property that fit in well with the neighborhood, so much so that when Mr. Callender brought it from Dr. Finkelstein, we had to come before the board in 2015 to get a variance. It was a D variance at the time for him to have his office there. So by way of this application and his desire to redevelop the site, we're not only doing what we believe to be a fairly significantly better project, we're eliminating a D variance nonconformity that had existed forever at this site. So while we walk through the plan and what Mr. Callender and Mr. Obelenis would like to do, please keep in mind that even though the lot is now cleared and is a blank slate, what was there before was so non-conforming for years and years. It was not in a commercial zone. It was a commercial structure with apartments. Now that's going to be rectified solely by way of this application. So having said that, I'm going to ask Mr. Obelenis and Mr. Callender to please be sworn in by Mr. Manos, and then we'll proceed with Mr. Obelenis' architecture.
All right, why don't you each just state your name and business or other address for the record, and I'll get you both sworn in together.
John, your mic's off.
Sorry about
For this application, 8106 Ventnor LLC, and owner of Oasis Property Group, developer as well.
Okay, and John?
John Obelenis, architect, 102 South 8th Street, Vineland.
Okay, can you each please raise your right hand? Do you each swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
John, you've testified before this board on many occasions. They are familiar with your credentials. I'm going to ask if Mr. Patterson would please accept you as an expert in the field of architecture.
Yes, I accept his qualifications.
As an expert in the field of architecture.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Obelenis, you have prepared the plans that were submitted to the board with regard to this home, which requires variance relief for both third floor deck and the fence location for the pool. So if you could, knowing what the board wanted to see with regard to the third floor decks, how that's evolving now, and they've been pretty clear as to what type of design they want to see. Would you please walk us through the plan, what you've designed as tasked by Mr. Callender, and then we'll talk about the fence location when you're done with the third floor deck.
Thank you. Well, just based on the ground floor level, the house is raised to 9 feet above grade to allow for the parking and storage underneath. Basically living space on the first living floor with a wraparound porch, kitchen, dining, powder room, etc. Bedrooms on the second and third floors. And of course, the third floor, we're offering a design for a deck that fronts on Haverford Avenue as a basic concept. Of course, it's a corner lot where we have 2 front yards and 2 side yards. And the idea was that since we don't have a rear yard, was to allow for a very functional side yard that offers some privacy and still large enough to offer activity for what would be a rear yard.
Sean, with regard to the deck you've designed, obviously there are some quirks here and there. The deck can't come out directly over anything. It has to be kind of hidden to the best of your architectural ability. Let's talk about how you think the construction will go so that when the deck, if it is approved and ultimately built, it won't be so noticeable from the street.
Yes, again, you know, when you look at an architectural plan, other than a rendering, everything is sort of flat on, so it looks like it's further out in the open, but it will be set back into the roof line, particularly on a side, not on the Ventnor Avenue side and the neighbor's side. If you look at the side elevation, you barely see a peak of the railing. So by that essence, you know, it's carved into that roof line. Same thing with the Haverford side. It's set back. It lines up with the building below. It doesn't go past the footprint of the building below. So it's set within that guideline and then tucked into the roof at the Haverford side across that front.
Okay. And with regard to the deck, we've gone over this with other applications, but it's always specific to the individual property. Do you see any possibility that any negative could be associated with the deck based on your design and the ultimate prospective construction by the applicant?
Well, on Haverford side, that's the long part of the building. And we wanted to center the deck, obviously, from both ends, which would allow privacy, from the edges. And you can see that it's set back pretty far from both ends, probably about 18, 20 feet from the Ventnor Avenue side and the neighbor side. So the length of the building was in our favor. That allowed us to really center it, offer much privacy on either end of it.
So, if you don't mind, I know I asked a very specific question. Do you see any detriment that could possibly be associated with the deck as designed?
I don't, only because, again, we have a corner property, we're facing the street. That's, from what I understand, the guidelines is that you don't want third floor decks pretty much on side yard setbacks. This is on the front of the building, and it's on the long side of the building. And one side, of course, is Ventnor Avenue. I don't believe there's an issue. And the other side, again, we're far enough away from the nearest neighbor that it does offer that privacy, and I don't believe it's a detriment to the code.
Thank you. And to the extent somebody could possibly think of a way this would be a detriment, would the positives of the light, air, and open space and the aesthetic enhancement of the property greatly outweigh any other possible detriment that could be associated with this deck?
I believe so.
Okay. So with regard to the deck, I believe we've established positives under the municipal land use law certainly outweigh the negatives. So if you don't mind also now, please describe your design and the stated intent of why the fence around the pool requires a variance on the side of the house as well.
Well, again, I saw that side yard. Again, we have two side yards. That was our opportunity to create what we thought was a private rear yard with the depth and the width of it. Allow for a pool amenity, allow for landscaping, allow for all the backyard thing, barbecuing and stuff. We thought that, to create a decent sized pool, that fence being pushed toward Haverford Avenue, again, we aligned that with the porch. It doesn't really stick out past a structural building line. It does line up flush with that Haverford side porch. And in addition to that, we have landscaping in front of that, between that and the public right of way. So we thought by landscaping that side of it heavily, offering the fence as privacy, and then still having a nice, what I like to call a rear yard to allow for those backyard or rear yard amenities, even though it's a side yard. That was the intention of this layout.
So it'd be fair to say that based on the fact that the fence goes out only to the edge of a vertical structure, being the porch, and that there's some privacy back there on a fairly well-traveled street, Ventnor Avenue, even though it hooks around onto Haverford, the idea of having the fence part of this project past the front of the house was really to give both the owner of the property as well as people on the street passing by a private access for the house to be used only by the people who are going to own the house. And then if you're walking by on Haverford, you're not going to be distracted at all by what's going on directly next door behind the fence, because it won't be sticking out past any vertical structure, that being the porch, correct?
Yeah, correct. As a matter of fact, the porch itself, it's going to be about 9 feet off the ground, and the fence that's flush with that is only 6 feet high off the ground. So it's not as high as the porch itself, but the porch dominates that side, so it's not as, it won't come across as being something very large on the street.
Considered, from an architectural standpoint, a de minimis change from what is allowed to what we're asking for.
Yeah, I believe so. Again, the idea that with a porch, and of course you have a double porch on that side, that I felt that it was not as big a deal to have the fence aligned with that. And still we offer, room for landscaping in front of that, between that and the sidewalk edge.
And that's important too. We've heard, throughout the course of this evening, landscaping between a porch forward of the house softens up that look. The goal here is to have fairly significant landscaping between the outside edge of the fence and the sidewalk, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, once again, could you see through your architectural expertise any possible detriment to be associated with this application if the fence variance were granted?
Again, I don't believe so. I believe the idea that on the Haverford side, we do have a nice wraparound porch that starts on Ventnor coming down along Haverford. And being an old city boy from New York, we always like to have flush streetscapes where you have the porch, we have the fence all lining up and offering that visual alignment down the street and still offer privacy, offer, again, landscaping, a lot of benefits, no detriments as far as I can see.
Okay. I'm going to rest, Mr. Chairman, with regard to our expert in the field of architecture, and I would like to have Mr. Callender, as a representative of the owner of the property, to testify regarding his idea regarding this design, because it is a little bit tough being along Ventnor Avenue. We have two fronts, and we're trying to fit as much in there as possible with the understanding that the streetscape along Ventnor and Haverford is very important. So, Jeff, you've been sworn in. I'd like you to testify a little bit about your desire here with regard to the variances, both for the third floor deck and with regard to the fence.
Yeah, okay, thanks. And thanks for staying late, everybody. I'll be pretty brief. With regard to the deck, I think it's, as John pretty much laid out, it's inset. If you see it from a side view, there's virtually no difference. If you see a tiny piece of the railing, I suppose, on each corner and raised. Not much to say. I don't think about that unless there's other questions at the end that we might want to address. As far as the fence, this property, just a few bullet points that I have. It's a 48-foot wide lot with two fronts, as you know. But on the Haverford side, there's a 13-foot setback to our house, or at least 12.9, sorry. And we're actually setting it back to 13.9, if I'm not mistaken, on the Haverford side. That doesn't leave a ton. And not only that, on the other side, there's an easement that we have. So that pushes us back even further from the side. I guess it would be the, I call it the Longport side, sorry, but the southern side. So we have a small easement there that pushes us back another foot as well. We aren't asking for the fence to be any further than the deck. As John reported, the house itself is going to be 9 feet off the air, so this would be 6 feet. We do, Roger mentioned the steps. We plan to address that and angle them or put them in a U shape. Sorry about the voice. To take care of that. And I don't know what it means when there's precedent set, but I could bring it up on my computer if need be, but the house directly catty corner, which was finished only, I feel like a few months ago, has a fence in the front yard setback on 1A north side, 1A North Haverford. And if I could figure it out, I could show you, if I can share my screen, I could show you pictures of that, but let me finish first. If it's a benefit to the neighborhood, we'll put an open fence like we heard a few hearings ago. I don't know if it would be quite the brick style because it's not directly on the parkway, but certainly if an open fence is desirable, I'd be open to that. John talked about the shrubs, and we'd be right in line. The home immediately next door is 7'6" setback. That's number 4. Number 6 is 6.2 setback, and the house next to that is 5.3 feet. And we're talking about 13 feet to ours. And they're looking the other direction anyway, because they're obviously closer to the beach. We are providing 4 off-street parking spaces. Although I liked the color of my building and my office, it's bittersweet to see it go, but it was an albatross, I admit, and it was very, very large. And it came to just maybe 3 feet off of the property line on just about every side. And the detached garage was was on the property line on the backside. So I think with what we're doing here is a significant improvement to all of the neighbors. So I think when we talk about setting precedent, I've always felt that if any other future application meets all the same criteria, it should be approved as well. So in summary, it's on a corner. We have a large setback to begin with. We provide 4 cars off-street parking when there was 1 before. We're in line with the neighbors if you look right down the fence line. And it's a major upgrade to what was there, both in terms of the size and the setbacks. So I think that's my story. And I'm representing, even though, I own the parcel today, but there is an end user who's purchasing the finished product.
Jeff, thank you very much.
I want to ask Roger a question. Does the fence have to be even without a variance? Does it have to be even with a house, or what the front setback should be? So it shouldn't have to go back to the 13 feet or whatever the house, correct?
The front yard setback to the house, yes, the front yard setback to the house. And the one that Jeff is referring to across the street as part of the subdivision process, the minimum setback to the house and the porch was 5 feet. They pushed the house back, but the fence was out in line with the porch because that was the 5-foot front yard setback to the building. So we don't need to see any
Well, that's what I'm
pictures.
saying. So in this case, he doesn't have to put the fence equal with a house. It can be at the 12.6 or whatever the setback requirement is, correct?
Yes, the front yard setback requirement of 12.9 feet.
Right, not the house, the requirement. Okay.
Yes,
All right,
yes.
that answers that. Go ahead, Eric. I'm sorry.
Mr. Callender has spoken, Mr. Obelenis has put the case in to what we believe to be satisfactory under Margate zoning code, along with the state of New Jersey municipal land use law. So we would reserve the right to have either one of the gentlemen speak again, depending on further board questions or a member of the public. But for now, we would rest, Mr. Chairman.
Well, it's not funny. I guess it's ironic that after years of trying, we are finally getting some enforcement on these front yards, fences, and again, anything illegal. And there's no, again, I commend you for asking for a variance for this. But now we have 2 applications immediately after that happens. But I see a big difference between these 2 applications of 4,000 square feet and 17,000 square feet, and 2 front yards, and the other one has 3 front yards. I would hesitate, and I think if you would like, and I really don't like doing this, but if you would like a separate vote, I would be willing to go along with that. But that's entirely up to you.
I would certainly, to the extent that the chairman of the planning board perhaps made that available, I would thank you, of course, and I would ask that if Mr. Manos gets a motion from board members, I would ask to have the 2 votes taken separately, the one from the deck and then the one for the fence. So we certainly appreciate the consideration.
Any other questions from the board? At this point, I'm going to open it up for public comment or questions. If you wish to speak, please identify yourself and you will be sworn in.
May I speak?
Yes, you will. Wait, and Leo will swear you in.
Sure. Name and address, please.
Michael Kohler, 8110 Ventnor Avenue, Margate, and I'm the adjacent property.
And Mr. Kohler, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I would only like to add or maybe echo some of the comments that were made prior by the attorney, Mr. Goldstein. I've lived at the property, my 8110 property, since February of 2014.
I've been a summertime resident down the shore for a very long time. I think I was 7 years old when my parents first started taking us down to the shore. So I'm used to the island. My family, several members live on the island, I should say. And quite candidly, I was somewhat appalled at the manner in which Dr. Finkelson, I think it's Finkelson, I'm not sure if it's Finkelstein, but I thought it was Finkelson, used to maintain his property, which is next to mine. And when Mr. Callender took over the property in 2016, I would say that it was something of a blessing or an improvement, because even though he chose an outrageous color, at least he had the decency of trying to, what's the word I want to say, be involved, be around his property. I never met Dr. Finkelson to talk to him about his property and any concerns I may have had. But more importantly, all I want to say is that I believe that when you lose a structure like the Oasis property and you consider adding a new residential property on that lot, I see that as a benefit to the neighborhood. I do see that if it's not as though we have limited parking, but during the daytime hours, up until about 5 o'clock every weekend, so when people are all heading to the beach, there's minimal parking spaces available on the street. And I believe that with them providing underneath garage parking, if anything else, it will enhance the parking situation, not detract from our parking situation. I don't have too many problems with the variances that they're requesting, especially since, as I said, I see the structure as being an improvement and a benefit for everyone in the area. I think it conforms better with our neighborhood than the commercial property that was there. And I guess what I'm saying is I'm in favor of the variance in the application, and I am the adjacent property to them.
Thank you. Very well said.
Any other public wish to speak? Okay, public portion is closed.
Rich, I have a question. I have a question for the owner, Jeff. Jeff, your pool right now is 22 feet long. And you have 4.2 feet in the back to the back staircase. If the pool moved back 1 foot, you would have 3 feet too. And if you moved the fence back the 6 feet, I think you would have 20 feet on the pool, wouldn't you? 20 feet instead of a 22-foot pool if you move the fence back?
I'm not sure what you may be looking at may not include the easement though, on the other side, on the
The easement in the rear of the property?
Yeah, facing Mr. Kohler's. I'll leave that to John. I'm not sure if what you're looking at included that.
Well, what I'm saying is if you shrink the pool, you can do away with the variance of the front fence.
And you're correct, but I've never seen a 3-foot lounge chair. So I think, again, what people would be looking at from the front, if we put mature shrubs, at the end of the day, there's really no difference. And to have 3 feet around a pool, which is the minimum, is not ideal. And
But that's leaving the pool at the same size.
No.
Oh, no.
I just a lot of you build houses all over town. I mean, there's a lot smaller pools than that that's there, 22 feet, and the lots just don't support this in Margate.
Right.
17,000 feet. Are you saying just the pool itself can't be moved back a foot, which would still be legal because the pool would infringe on the easement and not the walkway around the pool?
The fence and I'm doing it with my hands, but the fence and subsequently the stairs and the gate to get into the backyard would all have to move up. toward Haverford.
Okay, okay.
How's that?
Hi, my name is Margie Worgon, and I couldn't work my mute button a minute ago.
Well, that's okay. Leo will swear you
Okay.
in.
Okay.
Margie, what was your last name again?
Worgon,
Okay, and your address, please?
I'm building, at 3 South Haverford, across the street from the house.
Okay, 3 South Howard. Can you please raise your right hand? You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just wanted to say that I am the neighbor across the street. I'm on Haverford, and I am okay with this adjustment, this variance, whatever, with the fence and the setback and the 3rd floor as well, balcony. It doesn't bother me. It's not going to hurt my view. It's not going to be a detriment to the street of Haverford. I think that it's going to be a huge improvement to that lime green building, no offense. And yes, I do approve of that as a neighbor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, again, if anyone else, please speak up. All right, I'm going to close the public portion. Leo, would you read this in 2 motions, please?
Yes, so we're going to take 2 votes. The first one is just going to be with respect to the 3rd floor deck. So someone needs to make a motion to permit the 3rd floor deck where they're not permitted. I'll include in this motion, there's a couple checklist waivers and noted in Roger's report, and to the extent that either or both of the variances are granted, the conditions will be anything in Mr. McLaren's report unless otherwise addressed, and the applicant will comply with any other conditions made during the course of the hearing. But the main vote on the first one, to permit a 3rd floor deck, so I need a motion on that.
I'll make that motion.
A second.
The 3rd.
Tom Collins,
I vote in favor of the 3rd floor deck. I think it was nicely done. It's tucked in the way we seem to be going in the direction of. It's on the corner of Ventnor Avenue. I don't see it being obtrusive. I think the whole house, the renovation, the design, and everything there, including the 3rd floor deck, will have a positive impact on the neighborhood, and I see no negatives based on the 3rd floor deck. So I vote in favor.
Richard Patterson,
I'd like to commend Mr. Robelenis. This is what we've tried to do before. I think you've done a great job, you and Mr. Callender. For the decks that we do approve, this absolutely meets all the requirements. I think this is a great project. I like the house. But you didn't say, and maybe you can answer this, what color will the new house be? Not lime green?
Purple.
No, I think it's great. I think it was the previous owner to you really made that house a dump. I know you've considered the neighbors, and I think I have a different opinion on the fence, but I really think this is a good project, and the 3rd floor deck is absolutely fine. I see no detriment, so I approve the application.
Jim Galantino,
It drastically changes that whole corner. I mean, after this house is going up, it's not going to be like a all professional building and apartments above, and it's going to have adequate parking. I think it's a home run. I approve it. The deck.
Craig Palmisano,
Yes, 3rd floor deck is exactly what we're looking for. I approve the 3rd floor deck.
Joseph DiGirolamo,
Yes, I agree with the other members of the board and approve 3rd floor deck.
Ron Grupo,
Yes, I agree that the 3rd floor deck meets the intent of the board, and I approve.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
Michael Richmond.
Yeah, again, after 5 years, I'm going to approve the 3rd floor deck.
The application for the 3rd floor deck is approved. with 7 in favor and 0 opposed.
Okay, and then the second motion that someone needs to make is for the fence location along Haverford. Fences are not permitted within the front yard setback, which is about 12.9 feet, and one is proposed at, looks like 6.93 feet from the Haverford Avenue property line.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
Tom Collins,
Because it's on a corner and because it's on that corner, it's just not the right place to put a fence. I just don't see any benefit to the city of Margate or to the neighborhood having the fence out that far. The only benefit it is to the homeowner because they want an extra large pool. And the pool is actually too big for the lot. I agree with Richie. I think the pool has to be scaled down, and then everything would conform. I vote no.
Richard Patterson,
Everything it's really good to hear neighbors come and support an application. It just shocks me lately. I always like to give the benefit of the doubt to neighbors, but we've just had so much meanness lately of neighbors with things that have nothing to do with the variance we're looking for. I appreciate the neighbors coming, and I agree with everything they said. This is a great improvement to the neighborhood. It's great for everybody. I just don't think what they said supports the fence. It's not a small lot. It's for Margate purposes, it's a little bigger than the average lot. But I feel we open a can of worms to allow a pool fence in the front yard. And Mr. Callender, as Roger said, you're not correct about across the street. That was the setback over there, and they are beyond that setback. So I think you can make the pool smaller. We just don't have the lot size to allow you to have bigger pools. That's just the way it is. I mean, I did one and I had to buy the lot next door to put a pool in that you could actually swim in. So I vote no on the fence.
Jim Galantino,
Yeah, we have to be consistent with the fact that we don't want fences where they're supposed to be and not allow variances to put them where they're not supposed to be. And then this is leading to a whole bunch of other things that have evolved with other non-conforming fences that we have to take into action. I vote no.
Craig Palmisano,
I have to agree with my other fellow board members about the front yard fences. I don't think it's good for Margate, and we're changing the ordinances. I vote no.
Joseph DiGirolamo,
I agree with Tom, Rich, Jim. We got to vote no, and the pool's way too big for what we need there in Margate, and kind of hurt you with the fence requirement that you wanted. So I vote no.
Ron Grupo,
Yes, I agree. I believe that the new construction is going to be a great improvement for the corner lot, but at the same time, I feel that the pool size is too big and that the size of the pool and the location need to be tweaked a little bit and represented. And in that vein, I vote no.
Michael Richmond.
Yeah, it's a shame because the people that are most affected by the property were in favor of it. And the fence does follow the line of the porch, so it's not like it's sticking out past the structure of the house. But that being said, I didn't really see any effort to at least, take a foot or two off the pool, which you would still have a decent-sized pool. So I'm going to have to vote no also.
The application for the fence is denied with 0 in favor and 7 opposed.
Next case is Brett Fisher, 9316 Winchester Avenue, Block 227, Lot 89, located in the MF zoning district, seeking C variance relief for lot area, lot width, minimum side yard setback, and possibly others in order to construct a new single-family home. Taxes and water payments are current, and proof of advertising and notifying have been satisfied. Mr. McLaren?
Thank you, Board Chairman. Board members, a little bit of deja vu here. The application is of Brett Fisher, 9316 Winchester Avenue, Block 227, Lot 89, within the MF zone. FEMA requirement of elevation 9 or 30 feet over parking. Seeking a C variance. Planning and zoning report, it's complete. Hardship variance and a substantial benefit variance. The hardship being that it's a very long and narrow lot by definition. The background is as follows. The applicant is seeking relief in order to construct a two-story single-family dwelling above parking on a narrow but long lot within the city's MF zoning district. The site is located on the ocean side of Winchester Avenue between Adams and Washington Avenues. The lowest habitable floor was at grade and suffered damage from Superstorm Sandy. So here we are in Margate with 7 applications tonight, and we're making improvements on every single flood-resistant home by creating those. Zoning schedule on page 2, continued on page 3. They're seeking 4 variances. The document's reviewed on page, or section 2 on page 2, or 3 rather, I'm sorry. Section 3 are the variances required. 1 is lot width, whereas the required minimum lot width is 40 feet, 25 feet exists, and 25 feet is proposed. It's an existing non-conforming lot width. Lot area, same thing, whereas the required minimum lot area is 4,400 square feet, basically for 2 families. 3,125 square feet exists, and 3,125 feet is proposed. Again, it's an existing non-conforming lot area. So the 2 substantial variances being requested are side yard setback for the right and left side for the principal structure, as well as the decks for the first and second floors in the front and the rear. For side yard setback, whereas the minimum side yard setback requirement is 5 feet, and 3.17 feet is proposed. So it's 3 feet, 2 inches per side. Waivers requested are a copy of an area map showing all lots within 200 feet of the property. Again, that can be approved without any detriment. The area is within the MF zoning district, and since the zoning ordinance has been revised to reflect MF zoning standards apply, before it used to defer to a single-family zone. The front yard setbacks are greater than required. The rear yard setback is greater than required. The attic is non-habitable attic with an area of ceiling height 7 feet or more, less than 1/3 of the floor area, below not requiring a variance. Building coverage for this lot is being met and matches the intent of the ordinance changes in the MF zone. Front yard landscaping and total landscaping area requirements are being met. The required plantings are being met in regard to number of shrubs and street trees. The curb cut and driveway meet the requirements of the ordinance. Pool equipment will meet all setbacks and noise reducing requirements. FAR is less than the maximum permitted, much less. And that concludes my report at this time.
Hey, Rich, it looks like it's Leo. Looks like Mike has joined us, Mike Cristaldi, so I don't know if he plans on, he's been on since the beginning of this application, so
So he could participate in this when he, for Roger's presentation. So for the record, Mike Cristaldi is present.
I'm just listening.
So, Mike, you're not going to participate in this?
I got in too late here, so I'm just listening right now.
Okay. So he won't participate. so-
Okay, very good, thank you.
Eric, I think it's in your court.
If I may begin, thank you, and happy that this is the last case. I know you all had a long night, so Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Eric Goldstein on behalf of the applicant. As Mr. McLaren pointed out, it's deja vu with regard to this application. This is also a 25-foot wide lot that's 125 feet deep. We can't get any more land from any of the neighbors, so we're bound by the existing nonconformities of the lot. This falls under both the hardship variance as well as the flexible C variance. And really what we're talking about is the construction of a house. You have a buildable lot, and Mr. Fisher has tasked Pete Weiss to design a house that fits as well as possibly can fit into the neighborhood, knowing that we've got some fairly significant restrictions as to the lot width. So just as Roger pointed out, I do want to echo, because I am impressed by this design and by what Brett wanted Pete to design for him. Every bulk standard is being met or exceeded, some of which are being exceeded significantly regarding the need for land use relief. And the only things we really need, with the one thing we can't control, which is the size of the lot, but we're talking about the 2 side yard setbacks where 5 feet would be required, and without having a skinny box car, as we discussed earlier, Mr. Fisher is just looking for a little bit of relief to make the house ever so slightly wider. So the board is familiar, as Mr. Patterson pointed out earlier, this is a buildable lot of record, and the only question is what gets built here, and how the fire rating of this lot, about that when it gets into the construction aspect, will protect the neighborhood from any potential hazards in the future. And most importantly, you're getting a previously significantly non-conforming structure, which is demolished, and what you're getting in return is a flood compliant single-family house, which we believe in all aspects meets or exceeds both FEMA and Margate's flood ordinances. So having said all that, Pete and Brett are with me this evening. Pete previously was sworn a couple times. It's been a long night. Would you please mind being sworn in again? And Brett also, Mr. Manos could swear you in, and we'll get the show on the road to put the proofs on for the variances.
Okay, why don't each just state your name and address for the record? I'll swear you both in together.
Okay, Peter Weiss, 101 North Washington Avenue, Margate.
Brett Fisher, 100 North Coolidge Avenue, Margate.
And if you can each please raise your right hand, each swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thanks.
All right, Pete, if you wouldn't mind, just please walk us through your design of the house. Obviously, the fact that we need variances for side yard setbacks is generated by the hardship, which results from having a 25-foot wide buildable lot. So if you don't mind, just walk us through your design and the positives and negatives associated with the construction.
Okay, so the lot was previously occupied by a small 2-story house that had no parking. That's since been demolished. So what we're proposing is a new single-family home with a pool in the rear. It'll be 2 stories above a ground floor. The ground floor is a 2-car garage and storage. And of course, there'll be a parking space in front of the garage, so that it gives us 3 parking spaces, which exceeds what's required for this particular house. The first floor would be the living space towards the front, and there's a den in the rear. And the second floor is 4 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms. And as I said, it's 2 stories. There's decks front and rear to provide some outdoor space. And it's a little over 1,200 square feet per floor, so it's a little over 2,400 square feet for the building, which, is for the area of the lot, a little bit on the small side. On the outside, we're going to have fiber cement siding and some metal roof on the front. So, as mentioned, the lot width and area are existing non-conforming conditions that we have no control over. Due to the fact that the lot's only 25 feet wide, we're requesting a variance of 3 foot 2 inches on either side, which gives us a building that's 18 foot 8 inches wide, which is still pretty narrow, but it's workable. If we were to comply with the zoning and provide 5 feet on either side, the building would only be 15 feet wide, which is effectively unbuildable. So we need some relief in order to develop the property.
With regard to your design, and obviously we went through Roger's bulk chart earlier. Do you see any negatives that could possibly be associated if the board were to grant the variances for the side yard setbacks, which is the only variances really we need because it's a buildable lot of record already at 25 feet by 125?
Sorry, what was the question? Do I?
Any negatives associated
Oh, no.
with 3 foot, 0.17 side yard setbacks?
No.
And to the extent anybody could say there would be some negative associated with the setbacks as requested, would the positives greatly outweigh any potential for the negatives?
I believe so.
Mr. Patterson, I'm going to ask Mr. Fisher real quickly just to walk through the fire rating construction in case there are any concerns about being this close to the property line. So Brett, you've been sworn in already, and I'm just going to ask you, based upon the distances from the proposed structure to the property line, would the side of the house need to be fire rated based on the uniform fire code?
Any of the fire ratings will be using the plywood for that, and we'll be using cement board, which will also help with that.
So to the extent fire rating is a concern of neighbors or the municipality, you're going to comply with whatever is required, having the house this close to the property line.
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Patterson, once again, I would ask the right to recall Mr. Weiss or Mr. Fisher, but we believe we've established under the municipal land use law as well as the flood mitigation statute and Margate's zoning code that the benefits outweigh the detriments, and the design of the house, as Pete put it together, is a significant benefit and an increase over what was there before. So we would rest pending the ability to recall both Pete and Brett if we need.
Any questions from the board?
Hey, Rich,
Go ahead.
it's Tom. I just wanted to make a comment based upon our night tonight. When we looked at this same case under the 9400 Winchester Avenue, what they did is they took the same size lot, they designed a much smaller house to fit so that we could approve it even with the small setbacks, and it was an only 3-bedroom. And if you look at that, since I have the plan in front of me, and you look at this new one, it's like double the size for the same size lot. I think the board should just take a look at the way the design is. I know we want to try to approve and upgrade these lots, but we can't have so much on it that you can't move. Just my comment.
Yeah, I kind of, this is Craig, I kind of worry about the alleyways, trash cans, or just not much room down an alleyway on each side of the house with the 3'2". The other house, the one we had earlier, was 3'6" on each side. That's only an 8-inch difference total. My concern is just the tight alleyways.
Anything else from the board? I'm going to open it up to public comment. If there's anyone from the public that would like to speak, please identify yourself and be sworn in.
Yes, this is Michael Siegel. I live at 21 North Adams.
Hold on.
Rear. Okay.
Wait. Let Leo swear you in. Go
Okay,
ahead, Leo.
Mr. Siegel, 21 North Adams, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, we're happy that the property is being improved, but we have several concerns. One of them is mainly the side variances. This will put the house, the structure, up very close to the rear of our property. So our rear of our property backs up to this property. And the concern about that is that it'll remove block sunlight, and also we have a fence along our property that borders this property, and our understanding is that there's going to be a pool and other fencing, and the question is, would they be planning to put a fence up against our fence, or would they remove our fence, or we're just unclear of how that should happen. But mainly the concern is the variance that the house, the structure itself will be with 3 feet, will be very close to the rear of our property. And there doesn't seem to be any room to walk, as someone mentioned, walk down the side of the house, and where would they put things, and so forth and so Some other concerns that I have are, I understand there's going to be a pool in the backyard. Where would the pool pumps be? Would they be up against our property? Noisy, and we're also concerned about damage from construction. Are they responsible for any damage that's caused on our property by the construction? And also something that was brought up earlier on another property about the fire issue, if you have 3 foot of variance. So those are the main concerns that I have that I would like to see addressed, and maybe a smaller structure would be more apropos for that property.
Maybe you missed it. They addressed, just as in the previous case, they addressed the construction is different with a 3 under 5 foot setback. So the construction is more fireproof than if it was at 5 feet. So the fire concerns is being taken care of. Also, the pool, the owners are required to provide a 5 to 6 foot fence around their pool that they must maintain. So I don't know if you were saying your fence is on their property, but they have to provide a safety fence around the pool.
Yes, I understand that, but my concern is we have a fence already. So what would they have to do? Put a fence right up against our fence? Or would they?
Mr. Fisher
Excuse
can
me?
respond.
Yeah, Mr. Siegel, yes, we're gonna put a 6 foot fence, a new fence along your fence. We're not gonna utilize your fence. Regarding the pool filter, what we did was we sacrificed our rear deck, and we're putting that on our deck so that it's not close to your structure.
Okay.
What we also did was, we cannot build 3 floors, so it's only gonna be 2 floors. So blocking light, we won't be maxing out the height on this structure because we will not be going up a 3rd floor. We can only do 2 floors. So that will help you for light, wind, so forth and so on.
Okay. Still on the fence though, when you put one fence up against another, what happens in between the fence as far as weeds, grass, rabbits, you know? Is there a way that you could remove our fence and use that fence, or, you know, I don't know.
Would you like that? I mean, I thought it seemed like you were more concerned that you didn't want that. The fences would butt each other, but if you would prefer to have yours removed and have one fence along the property line, that's easily taken care of.
Well, it's something I guess we'd have to discuss with my neighbors and decide which is the best course of action.
The fence would literally be next to each other. It wouldn't be a gap in between. So to the extent you're worried about weeds in the middle, I don't know. I mean, I guess weeds could grow, but nothing else could fit in. It would be a gap with a minimal tolerance.
In just about every structure we build, you have the 2 fences up against one another. That's just how it's been. We'd want to keep a 6 foot fence there for privacy for both the new structure and yourself. And I'm not sure along that way on Adams Avenue there, if you came to some agreement along myself with your neighbors, if we could get one consistent fence going down there. Very unusual to do that.
Okay, because then whose responsibility would the fence be?
It's my responsibility to put in a new fence, and I really do not have a problem doing that, but it's the consistency of the fence and then actually where the fence goes, because we couldn't put the fence in the middle where it was owned by both properties. I would have to put it on my property. Therefore, you would not have a fence.
I see.
He's required, because he has the pool, he has to put up a fence around it. He can't rely on a neighbor to maintain the fence. He has to have a fence. So if you only want one fence and you guys can come to an agreement, you could take your fence down.
Okay, well, that's
whatever it is, so.
All right, that'd be something to be discussed. So one other area that I have that I just wanted to mention if the house is that close with 3 feet, what about runoff, water runoff and so forth? That would be coming onto our property?
Wouldn't be. All runoff in Mr. McLaren's report is specific in Margate's code as well. All runoff has to be maintained by the applicant on site. So it doesn't run from his to yours, nor should yours run from yours to his. It has to run from the rear to the street. And that's what Mr. Galantino will check on before he gives the new house a certificate of occupancy.
And there will be a full gutter system. There will be a full gutter system as well.
Right. Okay, well, I guess that is all I had to address. As far as the fence, well, I'm still concerned about the side variance, but the fence is something that would have to be discussed at a later time, I guess.
All right, thank you. Anyone else from the public have any comments or questions?
Yeah, Neil Gold.
Okay, be sworn in. Go ahead, Leo.
Gold, G-O-L-D?
GOLD, yes.
Okay, and your address, sir?
23 North Adams Avenue.
Okay, Mr. Gold, please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just really to reiterate a little bit with what Mike was talking about just before. I guess the concern is you're saying that you're going to have gutter systems running down to the street line. The concern is you're saying it's a 2-story. Realistically, it's not. It's a 3-story because that first floor is really the height of a story and you have 2 on top. The structure looks like it's, if correct me if I'm wrong, going to be about 36 feet high. So my concern is with the house being that close to our property line, even with that gutter system, the runoff from the roof on a heavy rain is going to be discharged directly onto our property lines. That's one of the concerns we have.
If that's your concern, as Mr. Galantino can state, all runoff has to be maintained on site. That is a violation of Margate's code if it's not. So I understand that would be a concern of anybody being that close, but all water, drainage, and runoff has to be maintained on site.
Okay, and then other than that, I mean, the main thing that we were concerned about is the property, the existing structure that was there prior, basically infringed about 5 feet onto where my property line starts. With the new structure that's proposed, it's going to run past our line and go onto Mr. Siegel's property. You know, we're going to basically lose all that morning light that we had with our, you know, all the trees and shrubs that are there. With a 3-foot variance, we're going to basically lose every bit of light and airspace that we had back there.
Respectfully, the house height has nothing to do with the setback from the side. So one way or another, if the house were thinner, the height is going to be the same.
Absolutely, but if it was a 5-foot variance there, rather than 3, it would allow more light to come in. You're basically pushing a structure back that's going to really, because of the fact that you have 2 covered decks, give you about 29 feet of space in the back end of the yard, which is going to cut off all light to our side of the yard there. There's going to be basically no morning light coming in there at all based on what we're looking at. And that being said with that, you're looking at building a 2nd and 3rd story deck that is going to be in direct sightline with a bedroom at this point. So all privacy at that point is totally going to be, you know, shot from there going forward.
Mr. Gold, there will be a 1st and 2nd floor deck in the front of the structure. And in the back of the structure, on the 1st floor only, there will be the deck area that, like I said, most of it is going to be used for filter equipment towards the left-hand side. And the structure, if it was skinnier, it would go back further. So the actual structure would take up more land in the depth of the property, which would probably block even more sun.
Right, not necessarily the 2nd floor where you have the deck and the air conditioning units that I'm looking at. There is a deck right on our property side, which looks, you know, based on the drawings, to take up about half the size of that deck. My concern is the bedroom level deck that's up there, which is the total length of the backyard or the back of the house, which is right in direct sight line with the bedroom that we have on both my house and Mr. Siegel's house. And again, they're covered decks. So, you know, inevitably, even though it's an open deck, you are taking along, any light that is there is now gone with the 3-foot variance.
The variance is nothing.
That is for the width of the structure. The 3-foot variance.
Correct.
Thank you.
So what is going on as far as that top floor? Is that an open deck that's going to be sitting up there?
Not an open deck, covered deck.
Right, a covered deck, but which is going to be in direct sight line of 2 bedrooms that were there that had a little bit of privacy that we're totally losing that now.
With all due respect, if the house was 2 feet thinner, it would look exactly the same back there. That part of the house doesn't change no matter what.
No, but a little bit of space will give us a little bit more privacy also, not have somebody looking directly down on top of us.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the public? Caller 1?
Yeah, my name is Frank Tucker. I'm at 25 North Adams.
All right.
I'm on the way.
All right, Mr. Tucker, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate, trying to make the improvements to the property. I think there's some things that, hopefully that can be done with this, and I think it'll be good for the neighborhood, but some of my concerns are the same as Neil and Mike. First of all, the fencing on the plans, it says 5-foot vinyl fence, typical. Is that around the whole structure in the front also?
No. That was just around the pole in the back.
So,
Basically,
so you'll use our existing fence in the front and the farther up in the property in front of the pool?
You're breaking up. Sorry.
All right, you'll be using the existing property fence line that we have in the front of the property?
Existing fence?
Yeah, well, we have a 4-foot fence in the property line now, so you have the 5-foot vinyl fence typical. Are you running that around the front of the property where the front of the house starts?
No.
No.
The pool is just surrounding the fence is just surrounding the pool, so it ends, about a third of the way depth of the lot from the rear is where the fence is.
Okay. All right, and the other thing is I'm on the corner of Adams, Winchester, so if you're running all the water to the front, that means all the water is gonna run around my side as far as when, everything else. So what's gonna happen with that water flow? You're saying it's running from the back to the front? And then when you access the pool, is all the pool water gonna come to the front of the street also on Winchester when you empty the pool?
Well, yeah, it would have to.
You're gonna flood the whole, Winchester will get flooded down Adams when you let out all the water there.
Well, the pool will be covered in shock the next season.
Oh, so you won't be emptying the water each year?
Most likely, no.
Okay.
If you empty the water in the pool is likely to pop up on the island.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bad idea to empty pools.
Rarely recommended to empty the pool in the wintertime.
Okay. The other question I had, the existing structure that was there was 6.3 feet away from my property on 25 North Adams. With the variance, you're going to be 3. My question is, why can't you build the existing property at the same site of the original structure? Then we'll be within the 6'3" or 5 foot without a variance. If you want to
Because
put
it
the
was,
existing property.
it was 2 foot on the left side, so if we were to maintain 2 foot on the left side, there would be a significant variance, and at 2 feet, we couldn't have any windows at all on that side of the house. It's a building code requirement.
Well,
And I suspect that if you be from the other side, then that potential neighbor would have an issue with it. I mean, what we've got here, I think we're losing track of this. This is a buildable lot of record. One way or another, the house that gets built here will be the same height or higher. What we're asking for is minimal relief so that it's slightly wider and slightly lower. But something's going to get built no matter what. It just depends on what dimension the board sees fit to grant, and we try to design the house with as little implication to any of the neighbors with regard to flooding, sight lines, light, air, and open space. But this is a buildable lot, which has existed as a buildable lot going back as far as we could tell with title search. So the concerns, of course, we understand, but I think Mr. Fisher has stated the water will be maintained on site. That's a requirement, once again, of Margate zoning. There has to be a height restriction that Margate has on a house like this because it's 2 stories over parking instead of 3, and Brett is under what is allowable. So he's still under what's allowed, and the house itself is being built on a buildable lot of record. So can't state no.
All right, the other question, the deck in the front?
Benefits you, but obviously something's getting built there one way or the other.
All right, the decks in the front, they're gonna be looking into the back of our bedrooms. So how far are the decks going back? And is that gonna be in the back of our bedrooms? Where the 2 front decks are?
I didn't understand the question, sorry.
What they were saying before, Neil or Mike, the decks in the back, you were saying there's 2 decks in the front. They're gonna be decks overlooking our bedroom in the back of the house. How far back are the decks going to where our property is on the corner?
I'm going to have to step in here. The questions that you and the 2 previous neighbors are asking in this vein are not variances, and the board has no control over them. And what I would suggest, just like the rear fence that the prior neighbor was talking about, is that you sit down with the builder, and as good neighbors, you guys work out what you can work out, if you can work anything else. But these are not issues that the board has any control over, so I have to put a stop to this line of questioning. If you have anything that you would...
One other question.
Variances, then
Please feel free. One other
free.
question, I'm done. Since the house variance is going to be 3 feet, are they going to be using our property to work in our yard? Because when they took the construction down, there was people in our yard and there was debris in our yard. We have pets in our backyard, and we're finding nails all over the place. Which ain't gonna really...
That is not something for our board. You could, let's cut them off, will you, please?
Done.
That is something that you bring up with Mr. Galantino, who is on the line right now, at the building department. If there's any problems with the construction or doing anything to harm anything on your property, you bring that up with the building department. It's not something the board has any control over, so we can't do anything about that. But you do have the availability of the building department to take care of any of those problems.
And Mr. Patterson, I just want to point out, in the event something goes from the project onto a neighboring property, that's a code enforcement issue. Brett would potentially have to go to court for that. So he, of course, has the incentive to keep the lot as clean as possible.
Well, my point is, it's not something that we have any control over, so it's something that you do have recourse to go to the city building department, and I know that they're cooperative with neighbors, so. But we can't hear any more about things that don't apply to the variances that are being requested here. Anything else any other questions from any more neighbors? All right, I'm closing public comment. Leo, would you read a motion, please?
Yes, I can. Someone needs to make a motion for C variance relief for the following C variances. Lot width is at 25 feet where 40 feet is required. Lot area is at 3,125 square feet where 4,400 square feet is required. And then there's side yard setback on the right side is at 3.17 feet where 5 feet is required, and the side yard setback on the left side is at 3.17 feet where 5 feet is required. There's a checklist waiver from the area map showing all properties within 200 feet. And we'll say as the conditions, that the typical conditions that we impose, subject to all other outside governmental approvals, anything in Mr. McLaren's report, unless otherwise addressed, and any representations made by the applicant during the course of the hearing will be followed.
I make a motion.
I'll second that motion.
Tom Collins,
This is kind of a tough case for me. After I saw the 9400 block and how they downsized that house to fit the lot, and basically we're taking our zoning standards for a 40-foot lot and applying them to a 25-foot lot. So we're putting a 4-bedroom here where the other one was 3. We don't have to approve this as is. They could redesign it, still get the side yard setbacks because you can't go smaller, and keep it fireproof, but they can reduce the air, light, and open space just like the owners were asking for of the other properties. I think we're trying to put too much house with that roof. It's almost like another half a story because of the pitch in the middle. It's just blocking too much. I just can't say yes. I vote no.
Richard Patterson,
I agree with Tom for what he said. I vote no.
Jim Galantino,
I think the builder needs to go meet with the residents on that street and figure something better out. I vote no.
Craig Palmisano,
The narrowness of the alleyways is what's swaying me also, and I have to agree with the other board members. I vote no.
Joseph DiGirolamo,
Yeah, I agree with Craig. The alleys on the side are too narrow, and Tom, I agree with the other board members. I'm voting no.
Ron Grupo,
Yes, I also believe that we're trying to squeeze too much house into that size lot. I think I agree with Jimmy that the builder has to go back to the neighbors. Seems like they have some concerns that can be easily met. And I'd have to vote no on the project.
Michael Richmond,
Yeah, I'm going to vote yes for the project. I mean, again, we have a situation, you have a 25-foot lot, you know, you need the setbacks. There was no variances for all the other stuff we're talking about. It's a non-conforming lot, so I don't, you know, I'm going to vote yes.
the application is denied with 1 in favor and 6 opposed.
Like a motion to close the meeting?
No, I have to ask for public participation, so, is there anyone from the public that has any general comments or questions?
Rich, I got a very brief one. Next month, we're going to go back to live meetings, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That was all I had, but I don't know about the public.
Rich, I have a comment. It's Fred.
Go ahead, Fred.
I hope I never have to do this again.
Thank you, Fred.
Fred, I think you've done a great job. And I don't know if anyone noticed, but the abominable snowman appeared on Ron's screen several times tonight. I was kind of frightened. Is Roger, there's no other business?
Yeah, he's visiting.
Pardon me?
The abominable snowman is visiting for the week.
Okay, thanks, Ron.
Look forward to seeing everybody.
Roger, nothing else?
Not tonight.
Jim, you want to make that motion now?
I'll make a motion and I'm buying at the cabin next month.
I'll second the motion.
A little too
Next
late for
month.
me tonight. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good night, everyone.